Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Harem story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It really helps the channel grow. Now, sit back, relax, and let's jump into the story. Isuku Midoriya, a 4-year-old boy, stood trembling in front of the injured child who had been bullied. His small fists shook as he faced the situation, his green eyes wide with fear yet determined to stand his ground. He expressed his thoughts firmly, stating that no one had the right to use their quirk to harm others, especially not Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki, an ash-blonde boy with red eyes, smirked menacingly as he confronted Isuku. He questioned Izuku's authority to tell him what to do, and with a swift motion he clapped his hands together, creating a small explosion that echoed through the deserted park. Isuku stared in disbelief at his former friend. While Katsuki had never been particularly kind, he had never gone out of his way to hurt others before his quirk manifested. Since then he had changed drastically, seizing every opportunity to bully those weaker than him, including Isuku, who had yet to discover his own quirk. Isuku felt a deep sense of injustice as he watched Katsuki's actions. He believed that those with quirks should use their abilities to uplift others, not to prey on the defenseless. Even though he was quirkless, he refused to stand by and let Katsuki harm anyone. His heart compelled him to help, overriding his mind's instinct to flee from the confrontation. A chubby boy with red bat wings hovered nearby, taunting the injured child. Another boy, whose fingers were grotesquely elongated, joined in the mockery. Isuku clenched his teeth, standing firm despite the odds. He acknowledged his lack of a quirk but insisted that using their powers to hurt others was unjust. Katsuki's anger flared, and he lunged at Isuku, accompanied by his friends. They began to strike Isuku, causing him pain and forcing tears from his eyes. The child he had tried to protect took the opportunity to escape, leaving Isuku feeling a mix of sadness and relief. Helping others was what mattered most to him, and he longed for the day his quirk would manifest so he could become a hero. As the bullying continued, Isuku felt a sharp pain from Katsuki's attack, which had intended to strike his face but instead hit his forearms. Despite the agony, he found the strength to glare defiantly at Katsuki. In that moment, fear transformed into courage as he faced his tormentor. Katsuki hesitated, sensing something unusual in Izuku's gaze, but quickly dismissed it. Isuku endured the blows, each strike becoming less painful. He realized that as the pain intensified, something within him began to change. His skin felt different, hardening beneath his clothes, though no one else noticed. He marveled at the sensation, wondering if this was the manifestation of his quirk. However, another strike brought him back to reality, and he wished for the newfound strength to return. As the beating continued, Isuku felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, but a smile crept onto his face, believing he had finally awakened his quirk. Moments later, Katsuki and his friends ceased their assault on the unconscious Isuku, leaving him in silence. With a derisive scoff and a dismissive spit next to the unmoving body of someone he deemed unworthy, he turned away, his two companions laughing as they boasted about the beating they had just delivered to Isuku. The doctor, almost indifferent, remarked that it was impossible for Isuku to develop a quirk while staring at the young boy and his mother with apparent boredom. Inko Midoriya felt irritation rise within her at the doctor's callous words, which could easily crush her son's spirit. She glanced at Isuku and felt a wave of relief when she noticed he appeared more confused than upset, though he was clearly speechless. She had brought him to the doctor to treat the injuries he sustained from a fall at the park during playtime, and they had taken the opportunity to investigate why his quirk had yet to manifest. Inko asked the doctor if there was something wrong with her son, noting that other children his age had already manifested their quirks, while Isuku was the only one in his kindergarten class who had not. The doctor contemplated for a moment before acknowledging her family lineage, mentioning that she was a 4th-generation quirk user. Inko nodded and demonstrated her ability to attract small objects, causing an all-might figurine resting in Izuku's lap to float toward her. She explained that she could manipulate small items, but her expression darkened as she mentioned her husband, who could breathe fire, and her frustration with his frequent absences due to work abroad. The doctor motioned toward an X-ray of Izuku's left foot and explained that the typical age for a quirk to manifest was 4 years old, and since Izuku had just passed that milestone, it was concerning that he had not yet developed one. He pointed out that Izuku had an extra joint in his pinky toe, which had been shown to be absent in those who developed quirks. This indicated that the chances of Izuku developing a quirk, even as a late bloomer, were virtually non-existent. Inko felt a surge of anger at the doctor's bluntness, resisting the urge to throw the All Might figurine at him. Instead, she turned to Izuku, wanting to reassure him that everything would be all right and that her love for him remained unchanged despite his lack of a quirk. However, her eyes widened in surprise when she saw her usually gentle son glaring at the doctor with unexpected intensity. Izuku, filled with newfound determination, expressed his disbelief, asserting that the injuries he sustained were not from a fall but from stepping in to help another child being bullied. He recounted how, at that moment, he felt the strength of the hits against him diminish, even Kaken's explosive punches feeling merely warm. He believed that this experience had to be his quirk. The doctor shook his head dismissively, insisting that Izuku was merely imagining things. Frustrated by the doctor's attitude, Inko stood up sharply, taking Izuku's hand and guiding him away from the chair. She thanked the doctor for his time, stating she would leave payment with his secretary at the front door, and bowed slightly before leaving the office. As they exited, Izuku turned back to glare at the doctor, who felt an unsettling chill as their eyes met. The moment passed when the mother and son disappeared through the door, which closed with more force than necessary. The doctor resumed his work, oblivious to the fact that the X-ray images were slightly darker than usual. Inko, with a hint of sternness in her voice, asked Izuku why he had lied about how he got hurt at the park. She conveyed her concern without harshness, but her tone made it clear that he would regret lying again. Izuku hesitated, looking down at his feet as he admitted that he didn't want Kaken or the others to get in trouble. Despite his feelings about Katsuki Bakugo's behavior after gaining his quirk, he still cherished the memories of their friendship before that change. Understanding the conflict in her son's eyes and recalling the bond he once had with Katsuki, Inko knelt before him and wrapped her arms around him. She praised his noble intentions but cautioned that if he didn't allow Katsuki to face the consequences of his actions, he would never learn that what he was doing was wrong. She warned that eventually he might encounter someone who would not tolerate his bullying and would retaliate in a way he couldn't handle. Izuku listened intently to his mother's words, nodding in understanding as he processed her advice. Even at his young age, he grasped the wisdom behind her message. For a fleeting moment, he wished he could be the one to guide Katsuki toward a better path, but the reality of his own quirkless state and his reluctance to rekindle their friendship led him to the decision to let things be. If his mother was correct, Katsuki would eventually learn. He just hoped that when that time arrived, it wouldn't come with serious and lasting consequences for him. Inko smiled, managing to convey understanding, though a keen observer might notice the strain behind her expression. While Izuku was reluctant to see Katsuki face repercussions for his bullying, Inko held a different view. It seemed she would soon have a conversation with Mitsuki about the matter. She made a mental note to address that soon and instead turned her focus to another topic she wanted to discuss with her son. She prompted him to elaborate on his earlier insistence that his quirk had developed, despite the esteemed doctor claiming otherwise based on the results of his test. Inko wholeheartedly believed her son when he said he had finally manifested his quirk. Izuku was not a liar, and she knew he would never joke about quirks or being a hero. Therefore, there was no way he was fabricating his claim about his quirk's development. What did it matter what a dismissive doctor said? When quirks first appeared in humans, they had 2 joints in their pinky toes, so who was he to assert with complete certainty that her Izuku couldn't develop a quirk when he had 2 joints in his pinky toes as well? To her, Izuku's development of a quirk, despite all evidence suggesting it was impossible, was far more believable than the alternative simply because he said so. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement as he made tiny fists with his hands. He shared that he didn't fully understand what his quirk could do, but he definitely felt its presence. When Katsuki and the others were hitting him, he sensed their punches beginning to lose power, and in Katsuki's case, his explosive punches felt merely warm and slightly stronger than the others. He paused for a moment before sheepishly admitting that the strange sensation only lasted for a few seconds before fading away, and no matter how much he wished for it to return, it did not. Inko nodded in understanding before standing up and smiling kindly at him. She explained that he had approached it incorrectly. Wishing for his quirk to work would not make it activate. To use his quirk, he needed to recreate both the feelings and thoughts he experienced when it first activated. For instance, when she used her quirk, she didn't think, "Attract it to me," but rather, "I want it here." His quirk was a part of him, and he needed to use it as naturally as he walked with his legs, rather than how he used his fingers to grasp something deliberately. Isuku nodded in comprehension. He closed his eyes and reflected on the moment he felt his quirk activate. He vividly recalled Katsuki and his friends pummeling him to the ground, inflicting pain beyond what he had ever experienced. He felt a sense of relief that it was him being attacked and not another defenseless child, and he took satisfaction in doing what was right. He remembered blocking Katsuki's punch and glaring defiantly at him, noticing how uncomfortable Katsuki appeared when their eyes met. Then he recalled the blow to his side and how much it hurt, wishing desperately for the pain to cease. That was precisely when the punches began to hurt less and less. With this memory and his mother's guidance in mind, Isuku focused on recalling how much he had been hurting and how much he wanted the pain to vanish and not reach him. Hearing the excitement in his mother's voice, he opened his eyes to see her grinning widely and eagerly pointing at his hands. He looked down to find them at chest level, gasping in joy as he saw they were covered in a shiny black substance that extended from the tips of his fingers to just past his wrists. As he lost focus, he noticed the black substance starting to recede, but now that he understood how it felt, he quickly regained it, halting its retreat into his fingertips. He marveled at his hands, opening and closing them, expecting some resistance from the sturdy-looking black substance. To his surprise, he felt nothing unusual. It felt just like normal, except for the energy he sensed flowing from all over his body into the substance covering his hands. Inko mused that it resembled some kind of armament as she observed the shiny blackness enveloping her son's hands. She tried to ignore the tingling sensation that ran down her arms and neck as Isuku began to use his quirk. It seemed there was more to it than just the sleek black substance. Isuku nodded slowly, continuing to flex his hands in wonder. He explained that he could feel the energy coursing throughout his body to maintain this armament. He speculated that rather than his quirk being the black substance itself, it was the energy required to sustain it. Suddenly, he gasped as the energy abruptly cut off, causing him to collapse to the ground in exhaustion. He watched as the blackness receded back into his fingertips and disappeared entirely. Inko observed that if he used it for too long, he would tire and be unable to use it again until his energy replenished. She looked at her son, who was breathing heavily, with an amused yet proud smile. Isuku nodded, taking a moment to catch his breath before slowly standing up. He muttered, feeling dazed, that it felt like he had been running from Katsuki and the others. Shaking his head to regain focus, he perked up as he looked at his hands. He sensed the energy used to summon the armament beginning to replenish slowly. He wondered what he could do to increase both the amount of energy he had and the speed at which it replenished. Inko made a mental note about helping Isuku break his habit of muttering aloud, knowing it could be bothersome to others. She recalled how irritating it was when his father did the same. When Isuku used his armament, she felt a tension akin to watching a suspenseful movie, sensing that something significant was about to occur. She suggested that perhaps he could project his energy to intimidate others or something similar. Upon Isuku nodding in understanding, she continued, emphasizing the importance of learning to fight and enhancing his physical abilities. She believed that as he grew, he would discover more about his quirk. With a wide smile, Isuku enthusiastically agreed. Given the times they lived in, neither he nor his mother considered his mysterious power to be anything other than a quirk. However, Izuku's power could indeed be trained, as it affected the physical world, meaning its growth could be influenced by traditional physical and mental training methods. Despite this, Izuku's power was not merely a quirk, it was something much greater. Its miraculous emergence stemmed from a child's pure longing to gain strength to protect others. As the saying goes, It only takes the will of a single person to change the world. The next 10 years for Izuku Midoriya were both enlightening and thrilling. He immersed himself in learning about his quirk, which he named Haki Ambition due to its effects and properties. Haki granted him 3 abilities, coating his body in a black substance that significantly enhanced his strength and functioned like armor, sensing everything around him within a certain range while focusing on his 5 senses, and projecting his power to impose his will on others, either to intimidate or incapacitate them. He named his quirk Haki Ambition because he had to wish with all his might to achieve his desired outcome. For instance, to use the first aspect, which he referred to as armament, he needed to focus intensely on the belief that he would not be harmed and that his strength would increase simultaneously. Initially, this was challenging, but after years of practice, it became second nature. Armament was not merely a substance covering his skin. Anything enveloped by it gained its properties, enhancing both his strength and defense. To sense everything around him, which he called mantra, he needed to concentrate on his senses while channeling energy through his body. When focusing solely on this ability, he could detect everything within a radius of 1,000 feet, although he maintained a passive range of 100 feet that did not improve with training. The only time he was unaware of his surroundings was during sleep. After a decade of experimentation, channeling energy became a subconscious action for him. Actively using mantra while engaging in other conscious thoughts remained a challenge, regardless of his training. Lastly, to project his energy for intimidation or incapacitation, which he named King's Will, he had to draw his energy outward while focusing on his intent. The main challenges of this aspect were that the stronger the will of the target, the more energy he needed to exert, and excessive use would diminish the effectiveness of his other abilities until he replenished his energy. Once he successfully manifested his quirk, his mother enrolled him in a dojo that taught various martial arts, allowing him to choose styles that complemented his abilities. Given the properties of armament, he focused on Muay Thai, Judo, and Taekwondo. Fortunately, the mixed martial arts dojo enabled him to learn all 3 simultaneously. After 10 years of dedication, hard work, and a surprising natural talent for martial arts, he earned black belts in all 3 disciplines, seamlessly integrating techniques from each style during combat. To enhance his mantra and adapt to the multitude of sensations he could perceive, he took up meditation at the dojo's instructor's suggestion. This led to the realization that training both his mind and body increased the energy at his disposal more rapidly. Consequently, Izuku dedicated himself to his studies, much to his mother's delight, as she had worried that his focus on developing his quirk would hinder his formal education. To train King's Will, he enlisted the help of animals in the park and the willing members of the dojo. This experience taught him about the power required for King's Will to be effective, depending on the strength of the target's will. He found it easier to intimidate or incapacitate smaller animals than children his age, and the same principle applied when comparing adults to his peers. With his powerful quirk, Izuku's demeanor transformed significantly, and unlike Katsuki, he changed for the better. He still held the longing to be a hero and defend those who could not defend themselves. He remained that noble kid who couldn't hold a serious grudge and wanted to help everyone become the best versions of themselves, no matter the cost. What had changed in him was his attitude and temperament. He was now very confident in himself and his abilities, thanks to his academic achievements, martial arts training, and his quirk. He was no longer prone to nervous breakdowns, and it took a great deal to intimidate or scare him, likely a side effect of using King's Will so frequently. However, due to the nature of his quirk and the training it required, he sometimes came across as headstrong and stubborn if he wasn't careful. Because of how his quirk functioned and the fact that Izuku didn't boast about it, others initially believed he didn't possess one. Even now, many thought he lacked a quirk. At the dojo, Izuku established rules that dictated how and when he used his quirk. Fighting for the sake of fighting was strictly forbidden, except when sparring to practice techniques or defending himself from unprovoked harm. He would never use the techniques he learned against those who couldn't defend themselves. He would be a shield for those unable to protect themselves, and if necessary, he would become the sword that struck down the wicked with determination. This led to Izuku being extremely subtle in using his quirk. He employed armament beneath his clothing to protect himself from those who attempted to strike him, only for them to hurt themselves when they hit something that felt like steel. Thanks to his passive use of mantra, he was never caught off guard, and when anyone tried to bully someone weaker in his presence, they suddenly found themselves terrified of their own shadows. As a result, they knew Izuku had a quirk of some kind, they just didn't know its nature. The only one who refused to believe this was Katsuki, who insisted he would only accept it the moment Izuku revealed it to everyone. Since that directly conflicted with Izuku's principles regarding his abilities, he refused to comply. This consistently infuriated Katsuki, who still viewed Izuku as a worthless, delusional kid trying to compensate for something he was not destined for by learning martial arts. Despite his observant and intelligent nature, Katsuki couldn't see all the signs pointing to Izuku having a quirk, or he simply refused to acknowledge it. Izuku didn't care about Katsuki's opinion. The user of the explosion quirk was someone Izuku couldn't tolerate due to his aggressive, unpleasant, and rude demeanor. Furthermore, Katsuki's willingness to use his quirk to harm others on a whim only added to Izuku's disdain. Yet, while he couldn't stand him, Izuku didn't hate him. He simply chose to stay out of Katsuki's way but refused to back down when a confrontation was imminent. Truthfully, the only negative event in Izuku's life over the past 10 years was his parents' divorce. His mother grew tired of his father being absent more often than not and decided to make it official. Inko had adjusted to life with just her and Izuku, and the thought of her ex-husband filled her with irritation, especially considering the arguments they had whenever he was home. Ultimately, the best course of action was to end things before they said or did anything they would regret. This didn't affect Izuku too much since he barely knew his father. He felt relieved that the man who caused his mother so much distress was out of their lives for good. Now, at 14 years old, Izuku felt an increasing sense of expectation and excitement as he approached the year when he could apply to high school. This was the time he would focus most on his studies and martial arts to enhance the strength and effectiveness of his quirk. After 10 years of experimentation and practice, he had essentially mastered it. Izuku thought this year would be like all the previous ones, albeit with him studying and exercising more intensely, but he was far from the truth, as something was about to change his life forever, something that would set him on the path to becoming the greatest and strongest hero in history. The teacher announced that since they were all in 3rd grade, it was the right time for them to think about their futures. With a flourish, he held a stack of papers and grinned widely. He would now distribute the career aspiration documents, noting that, for the most part, they all had the ambition of becoming heroes. He asked his grin, turning dreamy, as he tossed the stacks of paper into the air. The class erupted in a roar of approval, showcasing their quirks. The notable exception was a boy with spiky, curly black hair highlighted with green, which curiously matched the color of his eyes. This was Izuku Midoriya, the top student in class, over whom there were still debates about whether he had a quirk. He calmly wrote in his notebook, seemingly unfazed by the commotion around him. Izuku was tall for his age, only a few inches shy of 6 feet, thanks to his nearly daily exercise and good genes. His uniform concealed most of his physique, but it was clear to anyone who looked that Izuku was muscular without being overly so. He was bulkier than an Olympic swimmer but far from a lumbering mass of muscles. He embodied the perfect blend of power and speed. Due to having just the right amount of body fat to remain healthy, Izuku's face was narrow, and the freckles on his cheeks were more pronounced on his cheekbones. When relaxed, his eyes retained a roundish shape, but when angered or focused, they narrowed, giving the impression of a change in shape. Izuku did not possess the features of a male model, yet he was far from ordinary. Many would describe him as somewhat attractive. The teacher kindly reminded the class that while most of them had impressive quirks, it was important to remember that using them outside of approved settings was not permitted for minors without a hero license. Katsuki Bakugo, sitting with his feet propped up on his desk, interrupted with a derisive laugh, asserting that he was not like the others. He expressed his disdain for those with weaker quirks, which caused Izuku to glance at him briefly before shaking his head in disapproval and returning to his notes. Katsuki had changed in many ways, with his personality traits amplified significantly. Although he had outgrown some of his more unpleasant habits, he remained a challenging individual. When questioned about his comments, he dismissed the inquiry with contempt. The teacher then addressed Katsuki directly, confirming his intention to apply to you. High school. Izuku paused his writing, setting down his pen to focus on Katsuki, who boasted about the prestigious school and its high entrance requirements. Bakugo smirked as he noticed the shift in attention from his classmates, who were now captivated by his confidence. He declared that he would excel in the entrance exams, believing himself to be the only one deserving of a place at U. With a fierce grin, he proclaimed his ambition to surpass All Might and secure his legacy among the world's wealthiest heroes. While his classmates stared in awe, Izuku raised an unimpressed eyebrow and sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. He resumed writing, outlining a training routine for the upcoming months in preparation for the entrance examination. As the teacher mentioned Izuku's longing to attend U, he felt the weight of his classmates' gazes. Their expressions were mixed, reflecting uncertainty about his quirk's strength and whether it warranted a spot at the esteemed school. Despite the doubts surrounding him, Izuku remained determined to prove himself. Izuku had always excelled in both academics and physical evaluations at school, leaving everyone uncertain about how to respond to the latest news. Everyone, that is, except for Katsuki. He called out to Izuku with a loud voice, raising his palm, which glowed ominously, ready to unleash an explosion on Izuku's desk and the notebook he had been writing in. Just as Katsuki was about to strike, Izuku unexpectedly seized his wrist, stopping him before he could lower his hand. The surprise caused Katsuki to lose control, and the explosion erupted harmlessly above their classmates' heads. Katsuki felt discomfort as Izuku tightened his grip on his wrist, pinning him down with a disapproving glare. Izuku firmly reminded him that they were not permitted to use their quirks outside of designated areas, emphasizing that this rule was especially important for Katsuki due to the volatile nature of his quirk. Katsuki glared back, gritting his teeth in frustration. He retorted that Izuku had no quirk to speak of, relying solely on martial arts, which he believed would never measure up. Izuku calmly shook his head, asserting that he did possess a quirk and that Katsuki's feelings about his application to you were irrelevant. Katsuki's fists began to smoke as he glared at Izuku, filled with anger. Izuku continued, suggesting that Katsuki should not use his powerful quirk to intimidate others, fearing that his pride would be hurt when he realized there were those with stronger quirks. Katsuki's forehead pulsed with frustration as he snarled at Izuku, demanding to know what he meant. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the end of class and the start of morning recess. Izuku sighed, shaking his head as he gathered his belongings. He noticed that their classmates and teacher had pressed themselves against the far wall of the classroom, wary of the potential fallout from the argument. Amused, he walked toward the door, stating that he was implying nothing. He opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind him without looking back. A few steps later, he sighed in exasperation upon hearing an explosion and a shout of rage from Katsuki. Knowing there was nothing he could do about it, he continued on his way to the cafeteria, feeling a bit hungry and aware that he still had a routine to plan out. Everyone turned toward the sound to see a vaguely humanoid pile of mud with eyes and sharp teeth fleeing while clutching a purse. The creature laughed, its voice as unpleasant as its appearance, taunting those around. A blonde-haired man with a skeletal, sunken look emerged from a nearby supermarket, assessing the situation. He wondered if someone would step in to handle the situation. The man observed that the mud creature was taking advantage of the busy morning to escape with what it wanted, noting that people who misused their quirks were everywhere. Suddenly, the overly skinny man transformed, his height and muscle mass increasing dramatically, a grin spreading across his face. He declared confidently that there was no need for concern because he was present to handle the situation. The crowd turned to the source of the booming voice, their eyes widening in disbelief and admiration. Meanwhile, Izuku, who had been idly looking at his smartphone, thought about the incident with the Sludge villain that had occurred on his usual route home. Since it had been a few hours since the event, he assumed the area would be clear by now. He didn't want to miss his daily run, so he locked his screen and slipped the phone into his pocket. Standing up from his chair, he grabbed his backpack, strapped it on, and headed for the classroom door. As he was about to leave, Katsuki, with an aggressive demeanor, confronted him, demanding to know where he thought he was going. Isuku paused, turning to see Katsuki stalking toward him, prompting those still in the classroom to back away cautiously. Annoyed, Isuku channeled a mild aura of intimidation, fixing Katsuki with an annoyed glare. Katsuki took a step back, feeling a chill run down his spine as he struggled to comprehend why he was backing away from Isuku. Anger began to bubble within him, as he refused to believe that he actually possessed a quirk. He had never utilized it to his advantage or showcased it, despite numerous opportunities. In his mind, someone who didn't use their quirk was either lying or ashamed of its perceived uselessness. Not wanting to waste any more time, Isuku nodded at his former friend and simply wished him a good day before hastily exiting the room. He couldn't help but smile at the sound of Katsuki's frustrated shout and the ensuing explosion moments after he crossed the school gate. As he made his way home, Isuku reflected on his training plans. His goal for the next 10 months was to increase his energy reserves to utilize the 3 aspects of his quirk more effectively and for longer durations, while also enhancing his speed and strength without relying on his quirk. He knew that this would ultimately make his abilities even more powerful when he did use armament. To achieve this, he planned to intensify his training and dedicate more time to studying new concepts and meditation. Unfortunately, this meant he would have to cut back on reading comics and playing video games to make room for more productive activities. However, Isuku was fully prepared to make those sacrifices to reach his goals. Upon arriving home, located at the top of an apartment complex, he entered his modest dwelling using his keys. He announced his arrival, and his mother's voice called back from the kitchen, welcoming him home. After acknowledging her, he made his way to his room and closed the door behind him. His room was neither large nor small, and thanks to the discipline instilled in him by his mother and martial arts instructors, it was tidy and organized. Even the numerous posters of his favorite heroes did not disrupt the neatness. He placed his backpack on his desk next to his laptop and plugged in his phone to charge, knowing he would need the extra power later. Without hesitation, Isuku changed out of his uniform, placing it in the designated basin to signal his mother that it needed washing. He then retrieved a set of workout clothes from his closet, opting for a sleeveless zip-up shirt with a hoodie, running shorts, and ankle-high sneakers, suitable for the summer heat. Exiting his room, he found his mother at the kitchen table, typing on her laptop with documents spread around her. After receiving a considerable sum from her divorce, she had explored various investment plans to ensure a stable future for herself and Isuku without relying on her ex-husband. She was determined to provide for them independently, and her efforts had been successful, allowing her to live comfortably without financial worries. Neither she nor Isuku desired a lavish lifestyle. They preferred to spend their resources on necessities and hobbies, such as collecting hero memorabilia, video games, and gym memberships for Isuku, while Inko enjoyed watching movies, reading, and acquiring new clothes. Although she was not vain, Inko appreciated feeling attractive even without a partner or interest in dating, which was why she also maintained her gym membership, ensuring she stayed active and healthy over the years. If someone were to ask those who knew her from the past, they would say she had become even more captivating over the years. He casually greeted his mother as he headed straight for the fridge, retrieving a special drink packed with electrolytes to enhance his workouts. As he prepared his drink, he glanced at her laptop and inquired about her work. Inko waved her hand dismissively, explaining that she was comparing the income of Mitsuki's clothing shop from this year to last year's figures. She also needed to check the current income and future predictions of the companies she had shares in, which would occupy her for the rest of the afternoon. This meant they would likely need to order dinner. Izuku's eyes brightened at the thought of food. He eagerly suggested getting katsudon from Murayama's, his favorite dish, especially since it had been nearly 2 weeks since he last enjoyed it. Inko rolled her eyes with a chuckle, agreeing to his request. Although she preferred curry, which they had eaten a few days prior, she had to admit that Murayama's katsudon was exceptional. Curiously, she watched as he drank the red beverage he claimed aided his workouts. When she asked about his day at school, Izuku finished his drink and savored the light strawberry flavor. He described his day as the usual routine, filled with meditation and listening to teachers discuss topics he already understood. He expressed annoyance at Bakugo's typical behavior, noting that it was becoming increasingly difficult to refrain from using his quirk to set him straight. However, he reminded himself that such actions would go against his principles. Inko mentioned having spoken to Mitsuki about Bakugo, who might act out at school but was kept in check at home. She acknowledged that while Bakugo's motivations might be selfish, it was preferable to the alternative of becoming a villain. The thought of someone like Katsuki Bakugo turning to villainy sent a shiver down her spine. Isuku nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words, but he still found Bakugo's temper and attitude troublesome, believing they would eventually lead him into trouble. Inko casually remarked that Bakugo's behavior could be attributed to the overwhelming hormones of adolescence. When Isuku raised an eyebrow at her comment, she playfully dismissed any comparison between them. While they were the same age, his dedication to mental and physical training meant that he was more in control of himself. She couldn't help but acknowledge that her son was quite attractive, a fact often noted by her friends. She knew he would soon have to fend off admirers. Izuku blushed at his mother's appreciative gaze and cleared his throat, shifting the topic back to his training. He announced his intention to increase the intensity of his workout routine, knowing he had only 10 months before he could apply to you. Inko chuckled, promising to adjust his meals to support his new regimen. She asked if he would focus on speed and strength, to which he nodded in affirmation. Grateful, he thanked her and said he would see her after his run, pulling her into a warm embrace before heading to his room to grab his smartphone and customized breathing mask. Once equipped, he stepped outside, stretching briefly before starting a slow jog, pulling the hood of his zip-up shirt over his head. After running for about 40 minutes, he felt invigorated despite the sweat. His stamina, honed over the past decade, combined with the benefits of his breathing mask, allowed him to take in more oxygen with each breath. Listening to his favorite song, he found joy in the rhythm of his run while contemplating ways to enhance his training routine and quirk. He pondered why listening to music through his headset or breathing mask reduced the passive range of his quirk, mantra, to 80 feet. It seemed logical that since mantra relied on all 5 senses, blocking one would diminish its effectiveness. He resolved to experiment further in the future, believing this could be the key to expanding the range of his quirk. While being aware of everything around him within a 10-foot radius, Izuku possessed an awareness that surpassed that by tenfold, allowing him ample time to react to his surroundings. Currently, he was navigating through a tunnel and had just passed a sealed sewer entrance when he suddenly halted, sensing something moving rapidly beneath him. Within moments, a murky brownish-green sludge began to rise from the gaps in the sewer lid. Izuku's voice was muffled by his mask as he expressed his surprise. The sludge formed into a grotesque mass that nearly touched the tunnel ceiling, revealing a pair of yellow eyes and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. The creature, with a voice as repulsive as its appearance, remarked on how a medium-sized invisibility cloak had allowed it to evade capture. Upon spotting Izuku, its yellow eyes gleamed with delight as it grinned maliciously, commenting on the boy's physique in a chilling manner before tentacles of sludge lunged toward him with the intent to ensnare him. Izuku swiftly ducked under the first tentacle and leaped back to evade the second, causing his hood to slip off. He glared at the grotesque entity before him, slipping into his fighting stance. With his left side facing the opponent, his right arm was drawn back and bent at the elbow, his fist positioned at head level. His left arm extended forward, palm open and ready to block or parry any incoming attacks. His legs were slightly wider than shoulder-width apart, knees bent and poised for movement. This was the opening stance of his personal fighting style, a blend of Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Judo. As he assessed his opponent, Izuku concluded that this was likely the petty thief responsible for the morning's chaos. He noted the creature's stationary position, suggesting that its speed was only achievable in short bursts. Confident in his own speed, Izuku planned to keep his distance until a pro-hero arrived to handle the situation, though he sensed that the creature would not allow him to escape easily. The sludge villain warned Izuku not to resist, claiming it would only hurt for a brief moment before he would feel nothing. It then unleashed numerous tentacles toward him, aiming to wrap around him and pull him closer to initiate its takeover. However, Isuku had other intentions. With the keen awareness granted by his quirk, he could perceive each tentacle's trajectory, intended target, and speed. This knowledge, combined with his own agility, allowed him to evade the attacks with remarkable ease. All Might, the #1 hero, emerged from the sewers and was taken aback to see a teenager, no older than 15, skillfully dodging the villain's strikes with a level of grace he rarely witnessed. He observed the boy's green eyes, which were solely focused on the main body of the Sludge villain. Despite not looking at the tentacles, the boy evaded them flawlessly, performing a flip over one that aimed for his legs and transitioning into a handstand to avoid another. With impressive control, he propelled himself into the air, executing a barrel roll to dodge 2 more tentacles. All Might speculated that the boy possessed some kind of perception quirk, which explained his readiness and agility. Realizing he had become distracted by the boy's talent, All Might refocused on his mission. He announced his presence, relieved to see the Sludge villain shift its attention from the boy to him. The creature shouted in anger and launched a more powerful tentacle attack at All Might, who swiftly ducked under it, ignoring the debris that fell from the tunnel's ceiling. Adjusting his stance to ensure the boy's safety, All Might prepared his next move. With a powerful move of his fist, he unleashed a visible wave of wind pressure. Isuku braced himself as the gust from All Might's attack surged around him, watching in awe as the wind pressure disintegrated the Sludge villain effortlessly. Once the chaos subsided, Isuku remained frozen in admiration as All Might collected the remnants of the villain, which contained its consciousness. All Might then addressed Isuku directly, asking if he was all right. The boy snapped out of his reverie, looking up at his hero and momentarily captivated by his iconic grin before managing to respond. Isuku felt a rush of excitement as he spoke to All Might, expressing his admiration without hesitation. All Might's laughter filled the air, and Isuku couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. All Might acknowledged the situation, apologizing for the trouble caused by the villain and expressing gratitude for Izuku's assistance. He proudly displayed the bottles containing the defeated Sludge villain, his smile shining brightly in the sunlight as they stood outside the tunnel. Isuku admired All Might, thinking how cool he was, despite the villain's appearance. Meanwhile, Toshinori felt the strain of his powers and knew he had to leave soon. He tucked the bottles into his pockets, stating that he needed to take the villain to the authorities. He encouraged Isuku to keep practicing his quirk, assuring him that he would become a great hero one day. With a powerful leap, All Might soared into the sky, creating a gust of wind that sent debris flying. He planned to rest on a rooftop to regain his strength before delivering the villain. As All Might ascended, he inadvertently dropped the bottles, unaware of their fall. Back on the ground, Isuku was filled with exhilaration, his mask hiding the wide grin on his face. He felt inspired by All Might's words and decided to start his training immediately, sprinting at an impressive speed for someone without a quirk. He joyfully declared to himself that it was the best day ever. Meanwhile, Bakugo seethed with anger, vowing to confront Isuku the next time they met. His frustration was palpable as he crushed an empty soda can and tossed it aside. One of his friends attempted to calm him down, reminding him of their childhood friendship with Isuku. Another friend pointed out the mysterious nature of Izuku's quirk, recalling an incident where Matsuda had injured himself trying to attack Isuku. Bakugo dismissed their concerns, insisting that Isuku was worthless and had no quirk. Frustrated with his friends smoking, Bakugo turned away, unaware of the looming threat of sludge rising from the ground. His friends, however, noticed the danger and shouted warnings. On a nearby rooftop, Toshinori Yagi leaned against the railing, taking a moment to gather himself. He was preoccupied with finding a successor to inherit his power, a task that had become increasingly urgent. The memory of his past battles weighed heavily on him, and he knew he needed to pass on his abilities before facing his old adversary again. Japan, with its high concentration of quirk users, felt like the right place to search for someone worthy. Just as he contemplated his mission, a loud explosion jolted him to his feet, drawing his attention to the source of the commotion. It was then that he noticed the absence of a significant weight in his pockets. Looking down, his eyes widened when he realized the bottle containing the Sludge villain was missing. This couldn't be happening. Izuku was on the verge of turning back home to complete the second part of his run when he heard the explosion, even over the music playing in his ears. Alerted, he changed direction and sprinted toward the source of the sound. Earlier that morning he had caught a glimpse of the pro-heroes on patrol, and he wasn't about to miss the chance to see them again. Within a few minutes, accompanied by the sounds of more explosions, he reached the scene of chaos. His eyes widened at the sight of the crowd gathered around the street, which was strewn with debris and scorched asphalt. Despite the throng of onlookers, he could make out the heroes attempting to manage the situation, just as he had expected. Death Arms was holding back the crowd from one end of the street, while MD Lady did the same from the other. Backdraft was working diligently to control the flames threatening to spread, and Shinrin Kamui was using his wood powers to minimize the destruction. It was then that he spotted the villain, and his heart sank when he recognized it as the Sludge villain from earlier. The villain had managed to escape All Might once again, demonstrating his cunning. Izuku quickly deduced why the heroes were not engaging. The villain's Sludge form likely provided him with resistance to physical attacks, rendering Death Arms ineffective. With the explosions occurring, a confrontation would quickly overwhelm Shinrin Kamui's wood powers. Backdraft was not a fighter, so his focus was solely on managing the fires. Empty Lady, unable to control her size in the narrow street, was also unable to intervene. He overheard someone mention that a schoolboy had been caught, and the villain was using his quirk to create explosions, leaving the heroes unable to act for fear of harming him. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as he focused on the villain, gasping when he saw the Sludge enveloping none other than Katsuki Bakugo, the person he disliked most in the world. Normally filled with arrogance and contempt, Bakugo's eyes now reflected despair and pain as he pleaded for help. Without a second thought, Izuku rushed toward the scene, ignoring the warnings from those around him. Tashinori, witnessing the boy from earlier sprinting toward the danger, felt a surge of frustration. He thought to himself how reckless Izuku was being, knowing that his perception quirk would be of little use in such a perilous situation. He felt helpless, consumed by anger at his inability to intervene. As Izuku ran, he called out Bakugo's name, moving faster than he ever had before. He dodged the intense heat of the flames and the debris scattered across the street, gaining speed and surprising those who noticed. The Sludge villain growled, recognizing Izuku and preparing to strike. Bakugo's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Izuku rushing toward him, concern etched on his face. In that moment, Izuku focused his king's will, projecting an intimidating presence that caused the villain to hesitate, his glowing fist faltering. The pro-heroes quickly realized that the boy's sudden courage had disrupted the villain's attack. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Izuku activated armament on his legs, covering them with a dark substance. As he bent his knee, he propelled himself forward at an incredible speed, leaving a deep crater where he had pushed off and creating a shockwave that disturbed the air around him. Tashinori's mind raced as he witnessed this display of power, recognizing that it rivaled one for all at a significant percentage. What was the nature of this boy's quirk? In an instant, Izuku closed the distance to the Sludge villain, locking onto him with a fierce glare. He declared that he wouldn't allow the villain to harm Bakugo any longer, his voice resolute despite the mask muffling it. With determination, he moved his left arm forward, burying it into the villain's form and grasping Bakugo by his clothes. Bakugo glared at Izuku, questioning his actions. Izuku shot back, urging him to be quiet, and activated armament on his left arm, causing Bakugo's eyes to widen in shock. Without hesitation, Izuku tucked his knees and kicked out with both legs, freeing Bakugo from the villain's grasp and sending him flying several feet away, crying out in pain. Izuku flipped backward to regain control of his descent, landing on his feet and skidding backward, tearing through the concrete as he dug into the ground. He dropped Bakugo onto the ground, glaring at the villain who was rubbing the spot where he had kicked him. The indents from his boots seemed to be healing as they were covered with more sludge. Izuku thought about how he had managed to hurt the villain, wondering if it was due to the armament. The pro-heroes present were having similar thoughts, unbeknownst to him. Katsuki looked up from the floor, growling Izuku's name. Izuku's gaze flickered towards him as he shifted into the opening stance of his fighting style. He acknowledged that, despite their rivalry, his dream was to become a hero. He believed it was a hero's duty to risk their life to protect those who couldn't defend themselves, and he sensed that Katsuki's eyes were genuinely pleading for help. All Might felt as though he had just been struck by his predecessor during their training. The boy's words resonated deeply within him, and a broad grin spread across his face as he watched Izuku propel himself forward with even greater speed and power than before. He observed as Izuku deftly parried the villain's attacks, soaring into the air and evading the villain's tentacles. Positioned above the villain, Izuku drew back his fist and declared his move. With a powerful punch, he struck the villain, creating a shockwave that displaced the air and left a crater as wide as the street and as deep as All Might was tall. The villain was knocked unconscious, and sludge splattered everywhere. All Might's grin widened as he saw Izuku standing triumphantly over the defeated villain, his right arm smoking from the force of his punch. Toshinori Yagi ignored the cheers of the crowd rushing forward, his legs frozen in place as excitement and happiness coursed through him. He realized he had finally found the hero he had been searching for. Izuku Midoriya was on the brink of a new chapter in his life. With a blank expression, visible due to his breathing mask hanging loosely from his neck, Izuku walked back almost mechanically. His overwhelming happiness and excitement were beyond what his body could express, stemming from the moments earlier when he had saved Katsuki from the sludge villain. He had been sincere when he told Katsuki that their relationship didn't matter. If he saw someone in trouble, he would do everything he could to help, as that was the essence of being a hero. This mindset had been ingrained in him long before he acquired his quirk. Thinking about his quirk reminded him of how he had struck the sludge villain with one of his armament-enhanced punches. The pro-heroes had confirmed that the sludge villain was nearly immune to blunt force trauma, making Izuku's victory surprising to everyone. This raised questions about the true nature of his quirk, which he knew had more to it than just strength enhancement. He had initially thought the armament aspect was merely a powerful boost to his physical abilities, but now he realized it allowed him to damage quirk users who were typically resistant to such attacks. This revelation indicated that he needed to conduct further research into his quirk. Once the crowd had finished praising him and, surprisingly, Katsuki for their powerful quirks, they were ushered away so the heroes and repair crews could address the aftermath of the sludge villain's attack. As they left, Katsuki shouted at him, insisting that he didn't need Izuku's help and that his quirk was still stronger. Izuku waved him off, walking away without looking back, his eyebrow twitching at the memory. He couldn't wait for formal hero training at UA, where he could find a legitimate reason to teach Katsuki some manners. Suddenly, Izuku was taken aback by All Might's booming voice announcing his arrival. He marveled at how quickly All Might had reached him, realizing the speed was astonishing. All Might laughed heartily, placing his fist on his hips, and expressed his longing to speak with Izuku. The smile on All Might's face grew as he noticed that Izuku's surprise stemmed from his presence rather than his sudden appearance. It seemed that Izuku's perception was sharp enough to detect All Might even at high speeds. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief when All Might mentioned wanting to speak with him. He felt as if he might faint from excitement, having seen his idol twice in one day. All Might had sought him out specifically to talk. It felt like a dream come true. All Might began to speak about Izuku's courageous act of rushing to save the kid from the sludge villain, noting that his legs had moved on their own. He noticed the desperate look on the boy's face, eyes brimming with despair, and rushed to assist him, despite witnessing seasoned heroes struggle to make a difference. As All Might continued speaking, Izuku's eyes widened in realization. When All Might finished, Izuku stammered briefly before nodding vigorously. He gradually gained confidence as he spoke, determination shining in his eyes, revealing his unwavering resolve. He vowed never to stand idly by when he had the ability to help, no matter how small his contribution might seem. All Might acknowledge this with admiration, noting how Izuku acted without hesitation and the encouraging words he offered to the boy he saved, despite their previous conflict. Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a proud grin spreading across his face. All Might had previously mentioned that with continued training, Izuku could become a great hero, but now he believed Izuku had the potential to become the greatest hero in history, even surpassing himself. Izuku froze, looking up at All Might in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend the words, laughing nervously. He was certain that surpassing All Might was impossible. While his quirk, Haki, was undeniably powerful, it was still bound by the limitations of his body, mind, and spirit. Unlike All Might, who seemed to have no limits, Izuku felt grounded in reality. All Might, with a knowing smile, corrected him, explaining that he had witnessed Izuku's heroic mindset, selflessness, and a willingness to risk his life for others. He also highlighted Izuku's unique quirk, which allowed him to sense his surroundings and enhance his physical strength. Izuku's face turned crimson as he avoided All Might's earnest gaze, overwhelmed with emotion and unable to articulate his thoughts. All Might continued, expressing his belief that Izuku was worthy of inheriting his quirk, one for all, and becoming the next symbol of peace, someone whose name would instill fear in villains. Izuku blinked, tilting his head in confusion at the monumental offer. Inko, his mother, looked at him with a mix of disbelief and concern. She sought clarification, trying to process the situation. After Izuku confirmed the details of his encounter with All Might, he felt a pang of guilt for not revealing the full truth about his training. He understood the delicate nature of the circumstances and appreciated that All Might respected his decision to keep certain details private. Izuku was aware of his limitations and the potential that All Might's quirk could unlock for him. He realized that accepting this power could allow him to grow stronger than he ever imagined, with the possibility of accumulating even more strength throughout his life. The thought was exhilarating yet daunting. Inko narrowed her eyes, sensing her son's unease, but she recognized that he was being truthful about his training. There was something he was withholding, but she understood it was not due to a longing to deceive her. Although the idea of him training with All Might was concerning, she ultimately decided to support him. With a warm smile, she encouraged him to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, as long as he remained safe and kept up with his responsibilities at school. Izuku beamed with gratitude, lifting her into a joyful embrace, twirling her around as they shared laughter. After setting her down at her request, he expressed how much this meant to him. Inko, with a playful tone reminiscent of when he was a child, reminded him of his collection of All Might memorabilia, reinforcing her pride in his aspirations while ensuring he balanced his commitments. She understood how much it meant to him to receive training from his idol, releasing his cheek with a sharp tug that made him wince. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment as his mother pointed out his intense admiration for the #1 hero. He chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head, acknowledging her words. Inko smirked confidently, reminding him that she was always right. A bead of sweat trickled down Izuku's temple as his mother suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. It never occurred to him that Inko, his sweet yet sometimes intimidating mother, was already plotting how to leverage his future fame as a hero. The fact that All Might wanted to train him was proof enough for Inko that her son was destined for greatness, someone worth investing in. Over the past decade, Inko had transformed into a savvy businesswoman, making plans to secure what she desired most. Her aspirations were simple. She wanted to see her son achieve his dreams of becoming a hero, ensure he had financial stability to enjoy life, and most importantly, she longed for many grandchildren to spoil. She was confident that Izuku was on the right path to fulfilling his dreams and had already achieved her second goal. The third goal depended entirely on him, but knowing his kind nature and how girls admired strong, caring, and handsome boys like him, she felt reassured. That night, Izuku fell asleep, contemplating what his training with All Might would involve, while the eerie giggles from his mother's room sent shivers down his spine, leaving him to wonder if her quirk had somehow evolved to instill fear in innocent sons. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo glared at the ceiling of his room, lying on his bed with his hands behind his head. Anger twisted his lips into a snarl as he fought to contain his rage, only held back by the threat of his mother. He seethed at the thought of that nerd, recalling the day's events. He had been easily captured by a Sludge villain, who had somehow taken control of his body and used his quirk to cause chaos. While he wasn't particularly worried about the latter, The former infuriated him, especially since it was Izuku Midoriya who had come to his rescue. Izuku's quirk, that dark substance that enveloped his limbs, had given him the strength to defeat a villain immune to physical attacks with a single blow. Smoke began to rise from Katsuki's head as his hands heated up in response to his anger. The fact that Izuku had kept such a powerful ability hidden for so long only fueled his frustration. Katsuki had heard rumors about Izuku's potential but had dismissed them as exaggerations. Now, witnessing Izuku's strength firsthand, he couldn't shake the realization that Izuku was stronger than him. This was unacceptable to Katsuki, especially since Izuku had received his quirk much later and chose not to use it out of a misguided sense of honor. The thought made him want to explode. The fact that Izuku had ignored him entirely after the heroes had urged them to step back, allowing them to handle the aftermath of the villain's attack, only added to his irritation. He vowed to show Izuku who truly had the superior quirk and to prove himself. Izuku found himself at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, puzzled about why they were there. He pinched his nose to block out the overwhelming stench of trash mingling with the salty ocean air. All Might had chosen this location for their training. The #1 hero, in his true form as a lean man with a sunken face, explained that they would clean the area while training him to HRS one for all. Since Izuku was aware of the power, there was no need to conceal the fact that All Might had two forms and the limitations he faced due to his injuries. This urgency to pass on his power was clear. Izuku nodded, understanding that this place had once been appealing, and seeing it in such a neglected state motivated him to take action. He recognized that being a hero involved more than just flashy powers and fighting villains. It also meant performing essential tasks like this. He asked if he would receive one for all immediately or if he needed to train first before using it. He had experience with quirks that enhanced physical abilities, with the armament aspect of hockey being a prime example. He understood that if his body could not handle the strain of enhancement, two outcomes could occur. Either his body would be overwhelmed by the power, or he would be unable to utilize it at all. In his case, the latter was true. He could not exceed a certain level of enhancement with armament until he trained his body sufficiently. Toshinori shook his head. Normally, that would be the case, but he turned to look at Izuku, giving him an assessing glance. The boy was dressed in workout clothes suitable for warm weather, which highlighted his musculature. All Might could see that those muscles were not merely for show, they were meant for action. He did not need to confirm this, as he had witnessed the boy's capabilities just 2 days prior. Considering that Izuku had been training his body to handle the stress of his own quirk, All Might believed he was now ready to inherit one for all and begin to acclimate to the power it provided. Stockpiling more power would come after Izuku successfully managed to handle 100% of One for All's current output. Izuku nodded, expressing his understanding. Even though his body was prepared to handle the power, it did not mean he would be accustomed to it. He realized he would need to gradually increase the percentage of power he utilized to avoid harm from the stress it caused. Unlike his quirk, he doubted One for All would alert him when he was using too much power, potentially leading to injuries. He mused thoughtfully, now able to ignore the unpleasant odor around him as he focused on more important matters. Toshinori grinned, his excitement evident. They did not want Izuku to injure himself excessively outside of training for base strength, speed, durability, and stamina. He paused before turning to Izuku, suddenly buffing up and striking a pose as he flexed his muscles. It was time to inherit One for All. Izuku stiffened, squaring his shoulders as he looked up at All Might, who had distracted him from the bizarre transformation he had just witnessed. He was ready to do whatever it took and would strive to not let All Might down. All Might had chosen him, out of millions, to carry the torch of his power and become the next symbol of peace. Izuku was determined to give his all to accomplish this task to the best of his abilities. All Might seemed energized by Izuku's response, flexing his muscles even more and laughing heartily. He then reached upward, using his fingers to pull a strand of hair from his head, presenting it to Izuku with an exaggerated flourish. He instructed Izuku to eat it. Izuku blinked in surprise. To gain One for All, he needed to ingest the current bearer's DNA, and hair was the least unpleasant part of All Might's body. All Might practically shoved the strand into Izuku's hand. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku slowly nodded, acknowledging the strange logic behind it. With reluctance, he placed the hair in his mouth, gathering saliva to swallow it without issue. Despite the minimal sensation, he still felt a wave of discomfort at the thought of having willingly consumed All Might's hair. It did not matter that it came from his idol, it was still unappealing. All Might informed him that it would take a few hours for his body to metabolize the hair and grant him access to One for All. In the meantime, he shifted back to his true form, coughing slightly. He wanted to discuss Izuku's own quirk. He knew Izuku could use it to sense his surroundings, enhance his body, and distract foes, but he wanted Izuku to explain everything he knew about his quirk so they could hypothesize how it would interact with One for All. Izuku began explaining his quirk, which he had named Haki Ambition, detailing how it provided him with energy that grew as he enhanced both his physical and mental capabilities. He elaborated on the aspects of mantra, armament, and king's will, sharing everything he had learned about his quirk over the past 10 years. All Might listened attentively, nodding in understanding and occasionally humming in thought. When Izuku finished after nearly 30 minutes, Toshinori nodded decisively. He felt he had a solid understanding of Izuku's quirk based on his explanation. Izuku's potential was immense, especially considering Haki and its 3 aspects. With that alone, he could easily rank among the top 10 heroes. The addition of One for All was both exciting and daunting. It was necessary. The world needed someone even more powerful than All Might to confront the threats on the horizon. Although it would take Izuku many years to reach a point where his name alone would deter villains, Toshinori was confident that the day would come when an era of peace and prosperity for humanity would be realized, with Izuku as the catalyst. He had no concerns about Izuku becoming a villain. Someone who would jump in to save someone in need, even if they were not fond of them, could not possibly use their quirk for selfish or harmful purposes. With a determined grin, All Might addressed Izuku. Since One for All accumulates physical power, it was unlikely to affect mantra and king's will. However, those aspects of the quirk were already incredibly powerful on their own. The armament aspect, though, required further consideration. He paused for a moment, contemplating before continuing. When he had used it to save young Bakugo 2 days prior, was that the extent of his enhancement? Izuku thought for a moment, rubbing his chin as he recalled the event. Everything had happened so quickly and instinctively that his memories were hazy, but he had enough clarity to respond to All Might's inquiry. He made a gesture with his hand, indicating uncertainty. He estimated he could enhance himself about 10% further, give or take. Toshinori nodded in understanding, a grin spreading across his face, a small amount of BLD escaping the corners of his mouth. This meant Izuku could utilize up to 35% of One for All's maximum output right away, without the enhancement of armament Haki. With this in mind, their best strategy would be to improve Izuku's base physical abilities while training him to acclimate to the sensation of One for All, gradually increasing his usage. Since the strength of Haki grew alongside him, they would train that as well. Afterward, they could explore using armament Haki and One for All simultaneously. At that moment, Izuku realized that while All Might was incredibly powerful, his intelligence was equally impressive, making him even more remarkable and intimidating in Izuku's eyes. He felt relieved that there wasn't a villain as powerful and intelligent as All Might, someone with such strength but lacking his morals and ideals. The mere thought of such a possibility sent chills down his spine. Izuku and Toshinori continued their discussion, theorizing about the potential abilities Izuku could develop once he trained with One for All. They exchanged training ideas and concepts to create the most efficient program for Izuku, ensuring to include time for cleaning the beach, which would serve as training for controlling One for All. They also needed to account for Izuku's school time, studying, and meditation, as Haki required mental training as well. The final schedule looked like this: Mondays, Saturdays sleeping time, 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. weighted running, 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. strength, speed, stamina training, 5 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. school, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. One for All control training, 3:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. studying, homework, meditation time, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Sundays, Recovery Day. The plan was even more intense than the one he had initially considered before meeting All Might, and Isuku felt a surge of excitement. He understood that it wouldn't be easy, and the temptation to give up would grow with each passing day. However, he recognized the importance of achieving the goals he and All Might had set. He felt a responsibility to reach a level of strength worthy of being All Might's successor. Toshinori explained that this was the basic version of the program they would follow, which would be detailed further as they progressed, incorporating additional elements as they reached their goals. He also advised Isuku to discuss a proper diet with his mother to maximize the program's effectiveness. Toshinori expressed confidence in Izuku's ability to handle it. The most crucial aspect of the program was getting Isuku accustomed to One for All, controlling it and increasing his output. Toshinori paused when he noticed Izuku suddenly stiffen. Izuku looked up, his eyes wide as he raised his hands. He believed his body had assimilated One for All. It felt similar to the energy Haki provided, but while Haki felt like a steady, powerful flow of water, this energy felt like tightly coiled lightning eager to be released. Toshinori raised an eyebrow, intrigued. To him, One for All felt like a force that compelled him to summon all his strength when the moment arrived. He acknowledged that One for All manifested differently for each user, but the sensations and effects remained consistent. He speculated that Izuku's unique experience might stem from the mindset shaped by his quirk's influence on his psyche. With a grin of excitement, Toshinori encouraged Isuku to demonstrate his abilities. Isuku shared the grin and, drawing from his experience with energy manipulation, began to tentatively tap into the coiled lightning within his core, slowly bringing it forth. The scent of burnt ozone began to fill the air, overpowering the foul odor of the ruined beach, as greenish-blue arcs of lightning danced around his body. As his skin took on an orangish hue, glowing red veins of power emerged, and the sand beneath him began to swirl as strong winds enveloped him. Izuku gazed at his hands in awe while Toshinori laughed joyfully. The next 10 months promised to be the most interesting and exciting PRD he had experienced in a long time. 10 months later, Toshinori surveyed Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, reflecting on how it had transformed since his last visit. The place appeared completely different, and as the sun set on the horizon, he could sense the charm it once held, a charm that had been restored through their efforts. After 10 months of rigorous training, Izuku had noticeably changed. He had grown to 6 feet tall, and his hair had lengthened and become spikier. Despite his muscles being more defined, he was no longer as bulky as he had once been. His muscles had become denser rather than larger, which he found acceptable. While he wouldn't have minded being as muscular as All Might, he felt a leaner build suited him better. This would allow villains to underestimate his true strength. When Izuku shared this perspective, Toshinori agreed with his reasoning. A proud grin spread across Toshinori's face as he admired Izuku's back. He was impressed by the teen's dedication and discipline, following the training program meticulously without complaining about lack of sleep or the increasing intensity of the workouts. Izuku approached each challenge with determination, a grin on his face that All Might suspected he had adopted after witnessing him so many times over the past 10 months. People often mimic those they admire, and Izuku's commitment to the plan had propelled him to a level beyond All Might's expectations, fulfilling his secret hopes. He had even managed to clean up the entire beach a week before the entrance examination day. The sounds of government trucks could still be heard as they took away the last remnants of trash for disposal or recycling. Suddenly, Izuku threw his head back, clenched his fists, and flexed his biceps, unleashing a powerful roar. Greenish-blue lightning crackled around him, and patches of black armament Haki emerged across his body, while the areas not covered glowed with an orangish hue, red veins of power coursing through him. The water and wet sand around him erupted outward as a shockwave radiated from Izuku, accompanied by the sound of air being forcefully displaced. Toshinori felt exhilarated by the display and transformed into his All Might form, grinning as he flexed his muscles. He was overwhelmed by the intensity of Izuku's king's will, which filled the air with an awe-inspiring presence. All Might recognized that Isuku would need every ounce of energy to effectively wield that aspect of Haki against him, but the weight of Izuku's will was both impressive and a worthy challenge. After a few moments, Izuku calmed down and walked back towards All Might, the oppressive aura of King's will fading, followed by the trails of armament haki and One for All. The sea water gradually returned to normal as Izuku approached, looking up at Toshinori with a grin, breathing slightly heavier from the adrenaline rush. He expressed his excitement about his achievement, raising his fist in celebration. Toshinori reciprocated with a solid fist bump, smirking as he noted that even in his unenhanced form, Izuku was no lightweight. He praised Izuku for surpassing expectations and achieving their goals ahead of schedule, affirming that no one was more deserving of carrying the legacy of One for All. Tears began to form in Izuku's eyes at the heartfelt praise from his idol, and he fought to maintain his composure. Over the past 10 months, Toshinori had come to understand Izuku deeply, learning what motivated him and what made him tick. This understanding, more than Izuku's remarkable potential, was what made him worthy in Toshinori's eyes. Izuku recognized that this was what All Might meant, which stirred his emotions even further. Eventually, he regained his composure, lowering his fist and allowing his body to relax as the adrenaline faded, leaving him feeling slightly groggy but still energized. He smiled up at his mentor, expressing gratitude for All Might's support and promising to strive to meet his expectations and stay true to the path laid before him. Toshinori reassured him, confident in his abilities and the choices he had made, emphasizing that Izuku had earned a well-deserved rest. He encouraged Izuku to take it easy and use the time to fully recover, ensuring he would be at his best for the upcoming examination. Izuku nodded in understanding, drying off with a towel he retrieved from his backpack. He removed his breathing mask and put on a loose, sleeveless shirt before grabbing a flask of water. After securing his backpack, he smiled at All Might once more, ready to head off. Toshinori watched him leave with an amused smile. Despite sharing much with Izuku, he had kept certain truths hidden, including the origins of One for All and the challenges that lay ahead. He also had not revealed that he would be teaching at you from now on. Although he still possessed the remnants of One for All, the time he could spend in his enhanced form was diminishing, signaling that the legacy of One for All was now entirely in Izuku's hands. This meant he could no longer operate as a pro-hero if he wished to conserve his power for when it would be needed most. The opportunity to monitor his successor and assist the next generation was an added bonus. Fortunately, the staff took his warnings about the impending threats seriously, agreeing to intensify the hero program and subtly shift its focus more towards combat. This adjustment was necessary in light of the challenges ahead. The reason he had not informed Izuku about this change was that he knew the boy with black hair and green highlights would assume he had used his influence to secure his acceptance into the school. Although All Might would never resort to such actions, that was not the primary concern regarding Izuku's potential worries. Just then his phone rang. Toshinori retrieved it from his pocket and stared at the screen for a moment, a nervous expression crossing his face as he felt a wave of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call. An elderly voice greeted him. Gran Torino inquired about his new role at you, teasing him about finally passing on One for All and settling down. All Might, cringing yet smiling, replied that he would be teaching foundational hero studies for Class 1A and that he had indeed passed on One for All 10 months prior. He mentioned that he had just finished training his successor to an acceptable level. After a brief silence, Gran Torino acknowledged this with a calm tone, expressing relief that Toshinori had finally taken this step, noting that he was even older than his predecessor when she became the successor. They shared a moment of silence in honor of Toshinori's mentor and Gran Torino's close friend. When the moment passed, Gran Torino asked about the new student. All Might laughed with joy, throwing his head back, and assured Gran Torino that Izuku Midoriya, the 9th bearer of One for All, was already stronger than he had been at graduation, despite being only 15 years old. Gran Torino's response was a simple, astonished acknowledgement. Momo Yaoyorozu understood that moving to Mizutofu to be near you was her only option if she wanted to attend the best hero school, especially since her family lived in Aichi Prefecture. She had gained acceptance through a family recommendation and had excelled in the written test, eager to prove herself in the school's notorious practical exam. However, she regretted insisting on traveling alone. While she loved her parents dearly, their overprotectiveness sometimes frustrated her. She recognized that their concerns stemmed from love, not a longing to control her. They had secured the recommendation after she casually mentioned her ambition during dinner, presenting it as a birthday gift, one of the best days of her life. When they offered to accompany her to help her settle in and explore the city, she firmly declined, wanting to learn independence. Her parents, understanding her need for freedom, respected her decision, knowing she aspired to become a pro-heroine. As she backed away from 3 suspicious-looking men leering at her, she mentally blamed her mother's genes for her predicament. She commanded them to stay back, using her suitcases as a barrier. Although she appeared calm, panic surged within her. She could use her quirk, creation, to defend herself, but she hesitated, not wanting to jeopardize her entrance to you. Instead, she waited for the right moment to use the hand-to-hand techniques her father had taught her for situations like this. The man with fur and claws taunted her, and the others nodded in agreement as they advanced. Just as she prepared to drop her suitcases and defend herself, a flask of water suddenly struck the man with the shark-like features, knocking him out cold. Before she could react, a teenager, possibly her age or older, leaped into action, delivering a powerful knee strike to the tentacled man's face, following up with an elbow strike to the top of his head while still airborne. With remarkable speed, he seized the man by his tentacles, spun around, and slammed him into the ground with enough force to leave an imprint in the concrete of the alley, rendering the man unconscious. Momo's eyes widened as she noticed the man with fur and claws approaching the teen from behind, moving at a speed that would challenge even her. He brandished his wicked claws, poised to strike. Momo shouted a warning, aware that it was too late for him to react. To her astonishment, he tilted his body to the side without looking back, allowing the claw to pass by him harmlessly, just inches away. Without turning his head, he raised his arm sharply, catching the attacker on the nose with his elbow, stunning him as his head snapped back from the impact. The teen then executed a swift spin, landing a precise kick to the man's temple with the back of his foot, causing him to collapse to the ground. Still wide-eyed, Momo watched as the teen exhaled slowly, a gesture she recognized as a way to calm oneself after a moment of excitement. She felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she admired his handsome features and the definition of his physique, accentuated by his sleeveless shirt and shorts. When he bent down to retrieve his flask, she quickly averted her gaze. He asked if she was all right, his voice pleasant to her ears, and she turned back, blushing again at the sight of his concerned green eyes. She noticed a hint of color on his slightly freckled cheeks and how his spiky, curly hair framed his angular face. She thought to herself that living alone in this place might not be so bad after all. Momo expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply. He blushed and waved his hands, insisting it was no trouble at all. He explained that he had simply been passing through when he noticed her predicament and felt compelled to help. He chuckled nervously, adding that it seemed she was more than capable of handling herself. As he looked her over, he reassured himself that he was merely assessing her as a martial artist, not admiring her appearance. Momo caught him glancing at her and felt a mix of embarrassment and thrill at his interest. She smiled humbly, rubbing her forearm with her other hand. She explained that she couldn't use her quirk to defend herself since it was illegal to do so without a license, but she had enough hand-to-hand combat skills to manage. However, she acknowledged that the speed of the man with fur and claws would have made it difficult for her. She complimented him on how quickly he had dispatched the 3 attackers, enjoying the way he blushed at her praise. He admitted that he had practiced martial arts for over a decade, making encounters with men like them easier, as he was used to fighting opponents much stronger than himself. Curious about her quirk, he asked what she could do. Momo raised an eyebrow at his phrasing but shrugged, causing him to blush again at the sight. She explained that she could create anything using her body's fatty tissue, as long as she was familiar with the components. To demonstrate, she raised her hand and created a pair of dice that seemed to materialize from her skin. He expressed awe at her ability, making her feel a bit self-conscious. He asked if she could theoretically create something as complex as an atomic bomb if she knew the components. Momo blushed under his gaze and shyly explained that while it was theoretically possible, there were limitations due to the need for her fat cells in the process. She would have to consume a significant amount of food over time to create the necessary parts and then assemble them, which would take even longer. He nodded in understanding, marveling at her quirk's potential. He remarked that the world was fortunate someone with such a powerful ability wasn't a villain. He then playfully narrowed his eyes, asking if she had any plans to become one. Momo rolled her eyes at his teasing tone, feeling flattered that he would consider her a serious threat. She assured him that she had no intention of becoming a villain. In fact, she would be attending high school when the new term began. His eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of seeing each other again during the upcoming examination, and he smiled happily. When she failed to respond, he noticed her averted gaze and the way her feet shuffled nervously. He inquired about her unease. She hesitated, explaining that she had received a recommendation, which meant she didn't have to take the practical exam. Technically, she had already been accepted, even if the acceptance letter hadn't been sent yet. She braced herself for his anger, fearing he might accuse her of cheating like her former friends had done. The thought of him disliking her caused a tightness in her chest. He expressed his admiration, realizing she was more impressive than he had initially thought. He was eager to see what she could do. Apologizing for not knowing her name, he introduced himself as Isuku Midoriya. She blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing a healthy pink as she smiled broadly for the first time in a while. She noticed his cheeks reddening as he looked at her. She introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu and requested he call her Momo. He quickly replied that he would only do so if she called him Isuku. Both felt a rush of embarrassment as they recognized the implications of their request, leading them to laugh together. After a moment of merriment, Isuku offered his arm for her to take, gesturing grandly toward the alleyway exit. He insisted on skirting her home, noting that this part of town wasn't the safest for someone as lovely as her. Flattered by the compliment, Momo accepted, linking her arm with his. She smiled as he took one of her suitcases with the hand that wasn't linked to her. She thanked him, playfully acknowledging his gallant gesture. He declared it was excellent and, with a flourish, pulled out his cell phone after setting her suitcases down. He suggested they notify the authorities about the incident, assuring her that the police would arrive shortly and their testimonies wouldn't take long. Momo nodded in agreement, watching as he called the police to report what had happened. With a few moments to spare, she asked him about his quirk, having noticed he only used martial arts against the troublemakers. Isuku grinned and raised the hand that had been holding his cell phone, revealing it was now covered in a black, shiny substance that appeared stronger than steel. He explained that his quirk was called Hockey Ambition. As they continued discussing their quirks and experiences, they were soon interrupted by the arrival of the police. Isuku was surprised by how easily he could talk to Momo, realizing he hadn't mentioned One for All or his connection to the #1 hero, something he intended to share only with his future successor. When they arrived at her apartment building, they both noticed they had been linking arms since their introduction. Embarrassment washed over them, especially with the amused glances from passers-by. Nevertheless, they exchanged numbers and promised to stay in touch until the term began. Isuku felt a sense of pride, akin to completing All Might's program, though he couldn't quite understand why this feeling was even more fulfilling. Later, when he returned home, Inko noticed his distant expression and flushed cheeks. As he slipped into his room and closed the door, she blinked in surprise, realizing he had already met someone special. She quietly celebrated the thought of future grandchildren, feeling excited about the possibilities. After ensuring he had everything ready, Isuku tucked his phone into the pocket of his black and green tracksuit. He adjusted the zipper of his matching jacket, leaving it halfway up to reveal the white shirt underneath. With his customized breathing mask hanging loosely around his neck, he left his room and headed to the kitchen. It was early, and he found his mother in her pajamas, reading on her tablet and sipping coffee. He greeted her with a smile, taking a seat beside her and thanking her for the breakfast of fruit salad, yogurt, and sandwiches. She responded warmly, raising an eyebrow as she noticed him calmly enjoying his meal. She playfully questioned his calm demeanor, considering it was a significant day. If he wasn't smiling at his phone or running through the neighborhood, he was often fretting about the upcoming exams. She understood his nerves. Despite his brilliance, he was still a teenager on the brink of pursuing his dreams. He had every right to feel anxious. He assured her he wasn't calm at all, admitting he felt like he was about to face a daunting challenge. However, he believed he had done enough worrying throughout the week and that it was time to focus on doing his best for himself and those who supported him. His conviction shone through, though his shaky smile betrayed his true feelings. Inko affectionately pinched his cheek, proud of her son. Throughout the week, she had reassured him not to worry. He was more than prepared for the exams, especially the practical one. It was clear he would be using his quirks in some way, and he had been training with all might for the past 10 months. With a dismissive wave, she released his cheek and smiled slyly, ignoring the way he rubbed it. What she believed he should be concerned about was the girl he had been talking to lately, Momo Yaoyorozu. In an instant, Izuku's face turned bright red, resembling a tomato. Embarrassed, he looked away and fell silent. He regretted mentioning his encounter with the first person in a long time he could consider a friend his age. Their regular communication throughout the week made him happy, knowing she saw him as a friend too. However, his mother was convinced they liked each other and were secretly dating. While he would be foolish not to admit that Momo was appealing, what he truly admired was her intelligence and her genuine longing to prove she could be a formidable hero. With a quirk like hers, he had no doubt she was capable of great things, something he reminded her of whenever she downplayed herself, which she tended to do occasionally. He muttered that they were just friends as he finished his breakfast. He stood to take the plates to the sink, but his mother shook her head, indicating she would handle it. He shrugged and nodded, leaving the plates on the table. He mentioned he needed to leave soon to warm up and loosen his body. Inko motioned for him to come closer. When he stood before her, she wrapped her arms around him and kissed his forehead. She smiled up at him and wished him good luck, reminding him that no matter what happened, she was proud of him and loved him with all her heart. He smiled down at her, expressing his gratitude and love in return. They embraced until Inko playfully pinched his side and urged him to hurry. Laughing, he complied. As he stepped out of his apartment and closed the door behind him, he adjusted his mask to cover the lower half of his face and placed his headphones over his ears. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone to set it up for music on his way to you. Just as he did, his phone vibrated with a message from Momo, wishing him luck and asking him to call her afterward. A silly grin spread across his face as he replied with words of thanks and appreciation. He then opened his music app, feeling in the mood for hip-hop, and hit the random button on his playlist. An excited smirk appeared as the energetic beat of a song filled his ears. The song's impact inspired him to skip the stairs. He ran toward the railing of the corridor leading to his apartment and leaped over it, free-falling from the 5th floor. At the last moment, he channeled his quirk into his muscles and ligaments, bending his knees to absorb the impact as he landed, leaving only small imprints on the concrete. With a swift motion, he pulled the hood of his undershirt over his head, barely pausing before sprinting toward you, Academy. His form blurred as he moved faster than he could without fully enhancing his legs, which was still significantly quicker than an ordinary person without quirk enhancements. He thought to himself that everything was going well as he dashed through the streets, easily avoiding pedestrians thanks to his passive abilities. Today was shaping up to be a great day, and he hoped it would continue that way. It took him about half an hour to reach the grounds, and he was impressed by the massive fences, imposing doors, and towering buildings connected to one another. He knew that the grounds of Japan's most prominent hero school were vast, housing numerous training facilities that extended for miles. What he saw was just the beginning. Ignoring the curious and amused glances from other teens entering you, he pulled back his hood and removed his breathing mask after pausing the music. Noticing that everyone else was in their school uniforms, he realized his workout attire might seem odd to them. He shrugged it off. While wearing a uniform was expected, it wasn't mandatory. Since he had run to get there, wearing a stuffy uniform was out of the question. A familiar voice broke through the crowd, snapping at him to move aside. Izuku turned to see Katsuki Bakugo approaching with a scowl. Although Katsuki hadn't changed much, he was noticeably taller and more muscular than the last time Isuku had seen him at school nearly 2 months ago. Bakugo demanded he get out of the way. Isuku crossed his arms and replied that it was pointless since Bakugo only needed to slightly change direction to avoid him. Bakugo snarled, seeming ready to unleash his quirk but reconsidered doing so in front of you. On the day of the exam, Isuku noticed a familiar figure walking past him without a word. He felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering if the other boy would ever mature. After a moment, he shrugged it off and began to head toward the building, joining the other hopeful applicants. That was when he spotted a lovely girl with shoulder-length brown hair and 2 long bangs framing her face. Her curious brown eyes met his as she realized they were walking side by side. She glanced at his attire, and Izuku raised an eyebrow in amusement as she stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. He assured her that he hadn't forgotten his uniform, noticing the unique pads on his fingers that resembled those of animals. A slight blush crept onto his cheeks as he took in her slender yet confident figure, dressed in a short skirt, long socks, and a jacket. The girl seemed unaware of his gaze as she composed herself, still trying to suppress her laughter. She apologized, explaining that seeing everyone else in their uniforms and him in casual clothes struck her as amusing due to its randomness. Izuku smiled, agreeing that unexpected moments could be funny, although he quickly clarified that he didn't find it amusing when scary monsters or villains appeared in movies. The girl nodded, her expression brightening as she expressed her excitement for the exam. She playfully bumped her fist in the air, encouraging him to do their best. Suddenly, Izuku halted, causing her to stop and look back at him in confusion. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking where she had heard the nickname Deku. She nervously rubbed the back of her head, admitting she had overheard a boy with a mean expression call him that. Izuku chuckled, explaining that it was a nickname given to him by Katsuki Bakugo, a childhood friend who had used it since they were kids. He shared that it was a play on his name Izuku, which meant worthless. He had eventually developed his quirk a few months later, making it easier to ignore the nickname now. The girl looked mortified, quickly apologizing for any offense. She explained that to her, Deku sounded like Dikairu, which conveyed encouragement. Izuku found her reaction endearing, and a smile spread across his face. He told her he wouldn't mind if she called him Deku, introducing himself fully as Izuku Midoriya. She blushed at his warm demeanor and happily introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, feeling a thrill at being able to refer to him informally. They exchanged contact information, promising to keep in touch in case they lost each other during the day. As they approached a large amphitheater, they had to part ways for the moment, with Izuku reluctantly taking a seat next to Katsuki. Despite having learned to tune out Katsuki's provocations, he knew it wouldn't be long before the other boy made a rude comment. With a weary sigh, he leaned forward, resting his chin on his palm, watching the other exam candidates enter the room. When everyone was seated, Izuku perked up as a tall, thin man with spiky hair and a small mustache approached the podium. Dressed in a striking black jacket with studs and headphones, he was instantly recognizable to Izuku. Excitedly, he exclaimed that it was Present Mike, a pro hero and host of a radio program he listened to religiously. Katsuki, sitting beside him, snapped at him to be quiet, and Izuku glanced at him with exasperation, bracing himself for the day ahead. Izuku felt a flat gaze directed at him for a moment before he shook his head and turned his attention to Present Mike, who appeared ready to begin. Present Mike's voice boomed as he welcomed everyone to his live show, startling many students who instinctively covered their ears. Izuku watched with excitement as Present Mike encouraged the crowd to respond, but silence met his call. Despite the lack of reaction, Present Mike continued with enthusiasm, announcing that they would be testing their skills with a 10-minute practice run in a replica city district. He instructed everyone to gather in their designated areas after the presentation. Katsuki glanced at the map displayed on the big screen and noted that he was assigned to battle location A while Izuku was at battle location B. This arrangement annoyed Katsuki, who muttered to himself about the lack of cooperation allowed. Among friends and classmates, suspecting it was a setup to prevent him from targeting Izuku. Izuku chose to ignore him. The screen shifted to reveal silhouettes of familiar enemies, accompanied by numbers and letters. Present Mike explained that they would be placing a variety of villains throughout the battlefield, each with different point values based on their difficulty. He dramatically gestured to the screen, showing how points would increase as enemies were dispatched. He emphasized that attacking fellow competitors was against the rules, prompting a scoff from Katsuki. Isuku, however, was more concerned about the discrepancies he noticed. The pamphlet indicated 4 types of villains, while only 3 were displayed on the screen. One enemy had a symbol that worried him, indicating it could multiply. A tall, muscular student stood up to voice his concern about the error, expressing that such a mistake would be embarrassing for a prestigious academy like you. His intensity caught the attention of everyone present. Present Mike responded with a grin, explaining that the 4th type of villain was unique, referring to them as arena traps. He asked if anyone had played Super Mario Bros., suggesting that those who hadn't might struggle in the future. The screen changed to show the outline of the 4th villain alongside a familiar enemy. Present Mike described how this villain would rampage when near a crowd, warning that facing it would result in losing all accumulated points. Isuku sighed, realizing that the exam was becoming even more challenging than anticipated. He hoped avoiding this particular villain wouldn't be too difficult while still contending with the others. Thankfully, he had his Quirk mantra, which he believed would help him steer clear of that threat. Once everyone settled down, Present Mike concluded his introduction and prepared to share the school's principles. He quoted a famous hero, emphasizing that a true hero never stops overcoming life's challenges. With a grin, he encouraged the students to embrace the trials ahead, wishing them all the best as they prepared for the challenges to come. Plus Ultra. Several minutes later, Isuku and the other examinees assigned to battle location stood before a set of gates and fences that enclosed a vast urban training ground, which encompassed at least 30 blocks filled with buildings and streets. Everyone gazed in awe at the impressive setting, acutely aware that this was just one of the many training grounds you had to offer, some smaller and others much larger. Isuku began to observe his surroundings, noting the various customized equipment that complemented the quirks of his fellow examinees. He felt no concern for himself, as his quirks, Hockey and One for All, did not require any additional gear, unlike the belt adorned with a jewel that a certain blonde boy with sparkling eyes wore. Izuku's primary focus for his hero costume was that it should not be restrictive and could somehow enhance the power of his already formidable attacks, but he would think about that later. Instead, he noticed that Ochako appeared slightly anxious, her hand resting on her chest as she tried to calm her nerves. Happy that she was in the same area as him and admiring how well she looked in her tracksuit, Izuku began to walk toward her. A voice interrupted his thoughts, accusing him of trying to measure Ochako's ability to concentrate. Isuku turned to see a stiff-looking boy with glasses who had spoken without permission. He responded sharply, asserting that he was simply trying to reassure her that she would do great as long as she gave it her all. His tone drew the attention of others, halting their conversations. Whispers circulated about him, with some suggesting he seemed overly confident and others speculating about his nerves. Izuku ignored the comments, determined to demonstrate his true abilities soon. He focused back on the stiff boy, who turned to Ochako, receiving a concerned look from her. The boy nodded to himself and bowed deeply, apologizing for his earlier assumption. Despite his stiffness, Izuku could sense the sincerity in his voice. Amused, he shook his head and offered some friendly advice, encouraging the boy to consider the best possible outcomes in stressful situations. The boy nodded stiffly and walked away almost robotically. Izuku chuckled again and turned to Ochako, who smiled widely and gave him a thumbs up. He returned her gesture with a smile of his own. Izuku rolled his shoulders and did a few light jumps on the ball of his feet, adjusting his mask to cover the lower half of his face. He refrained from starting any music, knowing he would need all his senses to perform at his best. Suddenly, Present Mike shouted to signal the start of the exam. With that, the gates swung open, revealing robotic villains scattered throughout the streets. Izuku burst into a sprint, his speed increasing with each step as his legs became more powerful. He noticed the others still standing in shock, but he smiled to himself when he felt Ochako rushing to catch up with him. As he reached the first robotic villain, a one-pointer, he channeled armament haki into his right arm, smashing into the robot with an elbow strike that shattered it effortlessly. With his left hand, he grabbed one of the robot's arms, channeling haki again before hurling it at a two-pointer, destroying that one as well. Without pausing, Isuku moved forward and leaped over a three-pointer that resembled a tank. His right foot struck it with tremendous force, breaking it apart and tearing off its rocket launchers. He twirled around, launching the two explosive devices at another one-pointer and a two-pointer nearby, creating a powerful explosion. As the smoke and flames erupted, Isuku charged through, generating a shockwave that cleared the area. Suddenly, a one-pointer fired a barrage of bullets at him. Unfazed, Isuku raised his left arm to shield his face and body, using mantra to sense the bullet's trajectory. The sleeve of his tracksuit was torn, revealing the shiny blackness of his armament, which remained unyielding against the onslaught. When he reached the one-pointer, he effortlessly backhanded it into a wall, destroying it. Almost immediately, he raised his right arm to block the stinger of a two-pointer's tail. He smirked behind his mask at the sound of metal bending and seized the tail, spinning around to send it crashing into a three-pointer, resulting in a fiery explosion that also caught two nearby one-pointers. Looking up, Isuku spotted four one-pointers peering over the edge of two buildings on either side of the street. Crouching slightly, he propelled himself forward, creating a crater and generating another shockwave that dispersed the smoke from his previous explosion. He collided with the edge of the building in front of the two one-pointers, breaking through the concrete, just as they aimed their weapons at him. Isuku seized the arm of one of the one-pointers and tilted his head to the side, narrowly avoiding a spray of bullets from another robot that whizzed past him. He forced the arm he held to aim at the shooter, and the bullets struck the one-pointer, causing it to explode when they hit its energy core. Still hanging from the edge of the damaged building, Isuku tightened his grip on the one-pointer and used his legs to propel himself backward toward the edge of another building where two more one-pointers awaited. As he dragged the robot with him, the edge of the first building crumbled. Still airborne, he spun around and hurled the one-pointer at the robot to his right, taking both out in a flash. He crashed into the edge of the second building with tremendous force, cracking the concrete and shattering nearby windows. He swiftly backhanded the arm of the remaining one-pointer, sending it flying, and then grabbed the last robot with both hands. Leaning back, he positioned the robot's upper half over the building's edge, allowing him to look upside down at a three-pointer below, which had its rocket launchers aimed at him. With narrowed eyes, Isuku used his legs again to launch himself toward the three-pointer, treating the edge of the second building similarly to the first. The three-pointer fired its rockets, but Isuku shielded himself with the body of the one-pointer. He was momentarily enveloped in black smoke from the explosions, yet he maintained his momentum. As the three-pointer reloaded, Isuku burst from the smoke, the one-pointer now charred and reduced to less than half its original size. In midair, he discarded the remnants of the one-pointer and shifted his body to drive his knee into the three-pointer, slicing through it effortlessly and skidding to a halt a few feet away from the building. His landing left deep trenches in the ground, and he covered his face with one hand to shield himself from the debris. Slowly rising, Isuku admired the path of destruction he had created. A grin spread across his face as he noticed the shocked expressions of the other competitors, including Ochako, who were in awe of the devastation wrought by someone they had previously underestimated due to his nervousness. He mused to himself about the points he had accumulated: 9 one-pointers, 3 two-pointers, and 3 three-pointers, totaling 24 points. It was easier and more exhilarating than he had anticipated. As he moved deeper into the city, the stunned group regained their focus and, fueled by newfound determination, pressed on, unwilling to be left behind. Tenya Ida, the serious boy, cursed under his breath as he activated his Quirk engine to reach the villains faster. To his surprise, he found he couldn't match Izuku's speed, who was carving a path of destruction through another street filled with robots. Ida wondered about the boy's identity and the strength of his Quirk as he began to dismantle robotic villains as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, Ochako sought out her own targets, but the image of Izuku rising triumphantly from the ground after defeating the robotic foes lingered in her mind, causing a blush to creep across her cheeks. She shook her head and slapped her cheeks as a one-pointer appeared around the corner, reminding herself to focus. With determination, she tapped the robot, nullifying its weight and sending it crashing into a wall. With a grin, she turned to face more villains. In the observation room, the staff monitored various screens showcasing the most promising students in the entrance exam. At the forefront was a short, mouse-like figure with dog-like paws and a bear-like face, wearing a tuxedo and sporting a scar across his right eye. He watched with a pleased smile, commenting on the strict time limit and the unpredictable number of villains in the vast battleground, noting how it brought out everyone's skills. Another voice, belonging to a man in a white spacesuit, remarked on the ability to quickly and accurately assess the situation, pointing out a boy with 6 arms using his unique advantage to locate more villains. A female voice, sultry and engaging, highlighted the agility of Tenya Ida as he executed a drop kick on a 2-pointer and then boosted his speed to engage another robot moments later. A male voice, slightly muffled by a tan gas mask, praised the ability to face obstacles with composure, observing a blonde-haired boy using a laser from his navel to destroy a robot. Finally, a man with shoulder-length black hair and a wide scarf noted the sheer fighting prowess of Katsuki, who was surrounded by destroyed robots, his palms smoking as he grinned savagely. The focus then shifted to Isuku, who continued to dismantle villains with relentless energy, showing no signs of exhaustion or strain. The humanoid mouse observed the scene and noted that they could evaluate the foundational skills of the participants through a point system. He expressed excitement about the promising results of the current year. However, Toshinori Yagi, in his true form, cautioned that it was too early to celebrate. With a knowing smirk, he activated the protective barrier, preventing anyone from accidentally pressing a red button. As he pressed the button, he indicated that the real test was about to begin. Suddenly, the colossal form of the 4th villain emerged from the ground across all battle areas, immediately causing chaos with its massive metal arms. The examinees, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the villain, began to flee in panic, fearing the loss of their hard-earned points if they dared to confront it. All Might, observing the frantic escape of the nearby contestants, felt a twinge of disappointment but also a sense of victory as he noticed something on the screen that did not surprise him. He acknowledged that while the situation was dire, it also presented an opportunity. Moments earlier, Isuku celebrated as he scored 95 points by defeating the last 2-pointer in his vicinity. He felt a surge of confidence, realizing that this type of test suited him well. With time still on the clock, he aimed to surpass 100 points, a potential record he was eager to set. As he turned a corner, he saw other contestants engaged in battles against robots, competing fiercely for the chance to destroy them without using their quirks against one another. However, Izuku struggled to maintain his scoring pace as others joined the fray, leading him to focus on eliminating the robots that roamed the streets and buildings. Just as he contemplated moving to another area, the ground began to tremble. Dust and debris rose dramatically from a distance, accompanied by the sound of metal cables snapping. A massive silhouette emerged, towering over the tallest skyscraper in the training ground. As it swung its enormous arms, it generated powerful winds that cleared the dust, revealing the 4th villain, which grasped a building with one hand while preparing to strike the group of heroes below. Engaging this villain would mean losing all accumulated points. Izuku's mind raced as he witnessed the giant robot prepare to strike the ground, causing another tremor and sending more debris flying. He felt a mix of dread and determination, realizing the impossibility of fighting both the giant and the other robots simultaneously. As the crowd of students fled from the advancing threat, he caught sight of Ochako, trapped beneath a slab of concrete, unable to use her quirk to escape. The enormous robot reached out toward her, its hand poised menacingly. Instinct took over, and Izuku propelled himself forward, channeling his energy into his legs. The force of his takeoff sent debris flying in all directions as he maneuvered through the panicking students, with only Tenya noticing his swift movement. Concerned for Ochako, Izuku pushed himself harder, determined to save her despite the risks. He landed powerfully a short distance from her, channeling his strength into a leap that sent him soaring upward in a blur of green, black, and white. The impact cracked the street beneath him and created a shockwave that cleared the dust from the earlier chaos. As Ochako looked up in shock, a sense of dread filled her. Isuku, with determination, extended his hand forward, passing through the incoming arm of the colossal villain. He halted its downward momentum, reversing its motion and sending the arm upward, causing small explosions along its length. Isuku concentrated on the villain's expressionless face, narrowing his eyes as he clenched his right fist. The sleeve of his tracksuit tore away, revealing his arm covered in a glossy black substance, with red veins of power coursing down its length, giving it a darker, silvery sheen. Tears welled in the corners of Izuku's eyes as he prepared to unleash his power. Yagi watched with pride, recognizing this as a moment for Izuku to shine. The moment he spotted the incapacitated Ochako, Izuku moved forward without hesitation. The staff exchanged excited glances, witnessing his fearless approach to confront the villain. Yagi declared that true heroism lies in self-sacrifice, feeling the urge to transform into his all-might form as he observed Izuku's arm becoming even more powerful with the manifestation of One for All. Memories of their training together flooded Izuku's mind, and he tightened his fist, ready to act without considering the consequences. He unleashed a powerful strike, catching the enormous robot squarely in the face, sending it reeling and creating a shockwave that shattered the sound barrier. The spectators gasped in awe as the force of his punch propelled the robot across the ground, causing it to disintegrate piece by piece. The villain left a trail of destruction, halted only by a massive fence that bore the imprint of the villain's head. The impact bent the surrounding walls outward, and moments later, the villain erupted in a fiery explosion. Silence fell over the crowd as Izuku landed gracefully, his right arm trembling slightly as he took in the aftermath of his actions. Shoulders slumping, he turned around, his hair obscuring his eyes and his breathing mask hiding his expression. He approached the debris covering Ochako, kneeling to lift it away effortlessly with his left arm, now darkened. He checked on her, his muffled voice sounding distant. Ochako attempted to rise but winced in pain from her injured ankle. Despite her discomfort, she focused on Izuku, her eyes brimming with tears as she apologized for her predicament. Izuku shook his head gently, removing his breathing mask and surprising everyone by lifting her in a bridal carry. As he looked down at her, tears streamed down his cheeks, but a smile of relief graced his face. He reassured her that her well-being was what mattered most, his tone sincere yet subdued. Ochako nodded, unable to meet his gaze. Carrying her, Izuku made his way toward the other students, who stared at him in disbelief. They realized he had likely accumulated the most points during the test only to sacrifice them to save Ochako, jeopardizing his chances of entering U. Present Mix announcement of time running out went unnoticed as everyone remained focused on Izuku's selfless decision. Tenya reflected on his own thoughts, recognizing their emptiness, and it would take him time to understand the depth of Izuku's actions. As Izuku gently set Ochako down on a piece of metal scrap, he sensed another presence approaching. He turned to see a short, elderly woman with gray hair styled in a bun, a syringe looped through it. Dressed in a doctor's lab coat and a colorful dress, she walked toward them with a cane resembling a syringe. She kindly instructed the students to leave, assuring them she would handle the situation. Handing out candies to those around her, she eventually reached Izuku and Ochako, assessing their injuries with a frown. Izuku recognized her as Recovery Girl. She planted a gentle kiss on Ochako's leg, and moments later, the pain in Ochako's ankle subsided. Grateful, she smiled softly at Recovery Girl, thanking her quietly. The healer responded casually, then turned to Izuku, her expression serious as she inquired about his well-being. Izuku glanced at his right arm, noticing that while it still trembled, the intensity had lessened significantly. He nodded, reassuring himself. He had pushed beyond the limits of what his body could handle with his quirk, but he knew the nerves and ligaments would settle in a few minutes. Recovery Girl shook her head, using her quirk on his arm, indicating her concern. Izuku's lips twitched as he looked down at his now healed arm. After a moment, he shrugged. He felt a mix of emotions as he reflected on his actions. He had no regrets about saving Ochako, regardless of what anyone else thought or the consequences that might follow. That was what mattered to him. As he began to walk away, he paused to glance back at Ochako, who wore a guilty expression, struggling to hold back her tears. He reassured her, saying it wasn't her fault and that no one had expected the situation to unfold as it did. He hoped they could still be friends, even though neither would be attending you in the future. Ochako nodded deeply, her lower lip quivering, unable to find her voice. Izuku offered her a soft smile, expressing his gratitude to Recovery Girl once more before pulling the hood of his undershirt over his head. He stuffed his hands into the pockets of his tracksuit and made his way out of the training ground, his posture slumped, leaving a somber atmosphere in his wake. Watching him leave, Ochako recalled how he had jumped in to protect her without a second thought, risking everything. In that moment, she felt that no one deserved to be accepted into you more than Izuku. With a determined look on her face, she stood up from her seat, causing others to step back, except for Recovery Girl, who smiled knowingly. She headed toward the U.E. main buildings, ready to speak to those who needed to hear her words. Inko heard the door to their home open and close quietly. She hurried in, a big smile on her face, eager to congratulate her son on passing the exam and getting into U. However, her smile faded when she saw the devastated expression on his face, his lips trembling as he fought back tears. She called out to him, pulling him into a gentle embrace, cradling his head against her. Izuku expressed his sorrow, wrapping his arms around her as the comforting hug broke through his defenses, allowing his tears to flow freely. Inko reassured him, soothing him as they both sank to their knees, sharing in the pain of the moment. She felt helpless, not knowing what had happened, but she focused on being there for him, knowing that was all she could do as his mother. Meanwhile, Momo lounged on her couch, engrossed in a book on advanced chemistry while waiting for Izuku to text her about his exam results. She had been anxious all day, keeping herself busy with organizing her bookshelves and kitchen after moving into her new suite. After a week of settling in, she was almost done with her chores. She and Izuku had only exchanged texts throughout the week instead of meeting up, as they both had their own responsibilities. They planned an outing for the following day to celebrate Momo's move and Izuku's acceptance into you. Momo had no doubt that Izuku would pass. He possessed the perfect mindset for becoming a hero, as he had demonstrated when he stepped in to help her, handling a difficult situation without using his quirk. Her heart raced with excitement when she heard her phone ring. An uncharacteristic squeal escaped her as she saw Izuku's name on the fridge. She answered, her voice slightly trembling. However, the voice on the other end was not Izuku's. It was a woman, and she sounded as if she had been crying. Momo's heart sank as she listened. The woman introduced herself as Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Momo's eyes widened, and she jumped to her feet, her chemistry book falling to the floor. She asked frantically what had happened and if Izuku was all right. Inko reassured her that Izuku was physically fine, but her voice trembled as she revealed that he hadn't passed the entrance exam and would not be attending you. Momo felt a wave of shock wash over her as she processed the news. Izuku sat on the floor of his room, resting his head against his mattress, staring blankly at the ceiling. The soft rug beneath him provided some comfort, but his mind was elsewhere. He felt like an idiot for what he had done. He reflected on his impulsive decision to destroy the villainous creature instead of simply rescuing Ochako. He knew he could have saved her without jeopardizing his chances of being accepted into you. As he pondered his actions, he realized that moving to protect Ochako would have left the other examinees vulnerable to the overwhelming threat of the zero-pointer. If he hadn't intervened, they could have faced serious injuries, and their chances of admission would have been lost. Izuku had instinctively understood this, and in that moment he chose to sacrifice his own opportunity to ensure the safety of others. The fate of one person paled in comparison to that of 39 others. Despite the unfairness of it all, Izuku couldn't bring himself to feel anger toward the other examinees. They had all been warned about the consequences of confronting the villain, and many had disregarded those warnings. He had every right to be upset, but that feeling was overshadowed by a deep sadness and disappointment in himself. Yet, a rueful smile crept onto his face as tears welled in his eyes. He was proud that he had stayed true to his ideals, even if it meant facing negative consequences. He felt a sense of fulfillment knowing he had done the right thing. As long as he remained true to himself, he could find solace in the fact that there were other hero schools to apply to. He had hoped to attend with Momo and Ochako, but that dream felt distant now. Izuku lifted his head, letting it fall forward, tears streaming down his face. He understood his feelings but couldn't shake the painful tightness in his chest. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door, followed by Momo's hesitant voice calling out to him. He was surprised that he had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed her presence. He shook his head, trying to focus, and responded to her. Momo's gentle request to come in made him hesitate. He didn't want to see pity in her eyes, but he quickly dismissed that thought. If she had come to see him, it meant she cared. He sighed and invited her in, quickly wiping his tears away. When Momo entered, her heart sank at the sight of Izuku, someone she knew to be cheerful, now looking so dejected. She felt a small spark of relief when he perked up slightly at her arrival. She approached him, sitting beside him and wrapping her arms around him in a comforting hug. Izuku felt a blush rise to his cheeks at the warmth of her embrace, but he quickly recognized her intention to comfort him. He let himself relax in her arms, grateful for her support. Momo was his first true friend, someone who shared his passion for academics and a longing to use their quirks for good. Feeling a bit better from the connection, Izuku returned the hug, resting his head on her shoulder, finding solace in her presence. Inko cautiously peeked her head in, and what she saw filled her with relief and delight. Momo and Izuku were embracing, with Izuku wearing a small smile as he rested his head on her shoulder while she gently ran her fingers through his hair. They looked so adorable together that Inko was tempted to capture the moment in a photo, but knowing it wasn't the right time, she silently thanked the universe for bringing Momo into Izuku's life. She believed the girl was the only one who could lift Izuku out of his melancholy. Wishing them well, she quietly slipped away. Izuku, sensing his mother's presence, felt a wave of relief wash over him when she didn't do anything to embarrass him in front of Momo. After a few moments, they ended the hug, and Izuku, a faint blush on his cheeks, looked away. He expressed his gratitude softly, and Momo, her own cheeks tinted pink, smiled gently at him. She moved a little closer and took his hand in hers. When he turned to her with a curious and endearingly flushed expression, she squeezed his hand reassuringly. She asked him to share what had happened, her voice soft and inviting. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, Izuku managed to regain his composure and looked away with a resigned smile. He explained that they had faced robotic villains in an urban setting for their practical exam. The training grounds had separated them, and there were 4 types of villains, each assigned a point value that increased with difficulty. However, one of them was a trap villain that would reset any points earned to 0 if confronted. Izuku had thought evading the trap while dealing with the others would be manageable, thanks to the mantra aspect of hockey, but he hadn't anticipated that the trap villain would be larger than MT Lady when she used her quirk. Momo's eyes widened at this revelation, but she remained silent, allowing him to continue. He explained that they had been warned the trap villain would start rampaging if a crowd gathered nearby, which was why he had chosen to work alone, defeating the villains he encountered as he navigated the training ground. By the time the 4th villain appeared, he had already scored 95 points. His first instinct was to flee, but then he heard screams and saw other examinees running in terror. That was when he spotted a girl he had just met moments before, trapped beneath debris and in imminent danger. He trailed off, looking down in sadness. Momo, her expression shifting to one of understanding, smiled gently at him. She recognized his bravery in choosing to confront the trap villain, sacrificing his hard-earned points to save the girl. When Izuku nodded in confirmation, she sighed in amusement and playfully tapped the side of his head, catching his attention. She chuckled at the surprised and almost betrayed look on his face as he registered her amusement. She teased him, calling him an idiot despite his intelligence. Izuku, taken aback, could only respond with a bewildered expression. Momo continued, asking him what truly defines a hero, her tone light yet serious. Izuku paused, initially confused, but then a thoughtful look crossed his face. He recalled how someone like Katsuki might define a hero as someone with a powerful quirk who always wins, realizing that such an answer wouldn't suffice. Instead, he thought of All Might, the hero he admired most. The answer came to him clearly. A true hero is someone who can save anyone with a smile, no matter the circumstances. Momo's smile widened in approval. She pointed out that all examinees were closely monitored by examiners to determine which class they were best suited for, considering their quirks and aptitudes. It was clear that merely being able to destroy robots wouldn't be the sole criterion for acceptance into high school. Isuku nodded, curious about where she was going with her. Thus, she explained that the examiners had witnessed his selfless act of sacrificing his points to save a girl from harm, and she questioned whether the most renowned hero academy in Japan, would overlook someone willing to do that, especially when he had accumulated the highest points in his division. Izuku stared at her blankly for a moment, slowly blinking as realization dawned on him. He exclaimed in shock, a grin spreading across his face as he understood. He recognized that the practical entrance exams were designed to assess more than just how they applied their quirks in combat. He then realized that Present Mike had cleverly tricked them all. Momo nodded, her smile pleased. She suggested that the situation was likely a test within a test to identify who truly deserved acceptance, and her gaze softened as she looked into Izuku's eyes, affirming that no one deserved it more than he did. Izuku's blush deepened at the sincerity of her words and the warmth in her expression. Words escaped him, so he merely murmured his thanks and looked away, embarrassment flooding him, though a pleased smile remained on his face. Giggling, Momo mirrored his position, resting against the mattress. When Izuku's mother had called her, she had feared he had failed to meet the passing conditions, but she was relieved to learn that his perceived failure was merely a misunderstanding. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of becoming a professional hero alongside Momo. Still blushing, he gathered the courage to face her and nodded firmly. He expressed how much he had been looking forward to this moment, admitting that the thought of not attending with her had contributed to his feelings of despair. He sincerely thanked her for helping him realize that he had been overly HRD on himself. Momo blushed at his heartfelt words but responded with a playful smile, assuring him that she would motivate him whenever he found himself in a slump. Izuku found her enthusiasm charming, his cheeks reddening further as he stammered in response. Momo giggled and stood up, drawing Izuku's attention to her outfit, a long-sleeved cream-colored wool turtleneck sweater, jeans that fit her perfectly, and mid-calf boots. She looked stunning, and as the thought crossed Izuku's mind, he felt a rush of warmth and quickly looked away, worried she might misinterpret his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Momo was also admiring him, appreciating his height and attractiveness. His well-defined muscles were evident in his simple white shirt and black shorts. More than his looks, it was his selflessness and intelligence that captivated her. She realized, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, that she had developed feelings for him. With a cheerful demeanor, she told him she would wait for him in the living room while he changed. Izuku blinked in surprise, momentarily confused. Momo smiled fondly, reminding him that they had planned to celebrate his acceptance into and her moving in together. His eyes widened, and he waved his hands in a flustered manner, assuring her he would be ready in 15 minutes. Momo nodded and left the room, closing the door behind her. Once alone, Izuku sighed and fell back onto his bed, a dreamy smile on his face as he stared at the ceiling. He marveled at how a conversation with a girl he had only met a week ago had lifted his spirits. Momo had helped him realize that feeling defeated over not being accepted into was foolish. It was as if she instinctively knew how to encourage him. Even his mother had only offered consolation, but Momo had inspired him to see things differently. With a blush, he jumped up from his bed, quickly shedding his clothes to take a shower, determined to freshen up. Toshinori Yagi emerged from the examination viewing room, a grin on his face. He was still riding the high from watching Izuku's performance the previous day, and the praise he received from others only added to his joy. Izuku had taken his first significant step toward becoming a hero, and he was already shaping up to be the symbol of peace that All Might envisioned. In fact, Izuku had scored more than double what his friend Bakugo had achieved, and he even surpassed All Might's own score from his practical exam. As he walked through the grounds, a carefree aura surrounded him, surprising those who knew the weight he carried. However, they would understand once they learned he had found a worthy successor. Yagi had no doubt that Izuku was perfect for one for all. He embodied the essence of a hero, an instinctual quality that could not be taught. If All Might believed in fate, he might have thought Izuku was destined to inherit his power. Instead, he chalked it up to coincidence. Yagi felt a sense of pride, even more so than for Togata. He recalled Principal Nedzu's approving nod, which further confirmed his thoughts. However, he became serious as he considered his past relationship with his old sidekick, reflecting on the strained connection that had persisted for over 5 years. He decided it was time to address the situation. With a determined expression, he resolved to reach out and mend their relationship, acknowledging that it was his responsibility to take the first step. He hoped the time they had spent apart would allow for a second chance, even though he felt he didn't deserve it after the pain he had caused. All Might understood that his pride in becoming the symbol of peace and hope for the people, as well as a deterrent for villains, had prevented him from truly listening. After all this time, having finally passed down one for all to someone who was destined to surpass him, Yagi realized it was time to set things right between them and hopefully return to their previous dynamic. He promised himself that he would visit later in the week, knowing he would be busy following the culmination of the entrance exam just the day before. The thought of the exam brought to mind his chosen successor, and a look of uncertainty crossed his face. Knowing Izuku, he imagined the boy was likely beating himself up over not passing, and feeling like he had disappointed him. However, he also recognized that Izuku was incredibly intelligent, so there was a chance he had figured out the true nature of the test. Still, Izuku's tendency to fixate on one thing might prevent him from realizing it. Ultimately, All Might concluded that it wouldn't matter much. Isuku would receive his acceptance letter in 5 days. A few days of feeling down would not harm anyone, and All Might thought it would make for a good joke they could both laugh about later, a grin spreading across his face as he began to whistle a cheerful tune. It should be noted that All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, had a rather twisted sense of humor. Aside from the day following the entrance examination, which he spent feeling gloomy, Izuku's week progressed with a much lighter spirit. After Momo and Izuku explained the misunderstanding to Inko, it became clear that there was no way Izuku would not be accepted into you, given his performance. To Izuku's surprise and Momo's amusement, Inko had burst into tears of joy, nearly overwhelming Izuku with a heartfelt hug. Following that emotional moment, when Inko learned they planned to hang out, she eagerly ushered them out of the house, giddy at the thought of her son being close to someone as impressive as Momo, who had rushed to comfort him. Izuku returned to training with the same intensity he had during the final stages of his 10-month training under All Might's guidance. His training did not involve cleaning up garbage or sparring matches, though he did his best to keep up with the #1 hero, but he maintained his physique thanks to the specialized equipment All Might had provided. Although he still held a gym membership, he doubted he would use it. The new equipment made it unnecessary, and it was a bonus that his mother could also benefit from it. Despite knowing he had performed well enough to be accepted into you, Izuku felt increasingly anxious due to the lack of communication from All Might over the past week. He had sent texts explaining his situation, but when All Might did not respond or even read them, Izuku feared the worst. He worried that his and Momo's reassurances had been nothing more than wishful thinking, and he began to think that All Might be disappointed or upset with him. Determined not to dwell on those thoughts, Izuku focused on other aspects of his life, including his training and social interactions. He spent his free time texting and hanging out with Momo, and he also communicated with Ochako. Although she often apologized for her perceived role in his near failure to gain acceptance into you, Izuku reassured her that it was not her fault. They managed to develop what Izuku considered a solid friendship. While it wasn't quite at the level he shared with Momo, he hoped it would grow closer over time. Having lacked true friends his age after his fallout with Katsuki, Izuku genuinely longed for companionship, and he felt he was on the right path with both Momo and Ochako. Currently, Izuku was engaged in shadow sparring in the designated training room of their apartment, which had been set up for the equipment All Might had provided. Although intended as a bedroom, it had remained unused until Izuku began his training under the number 1 hero. The spacious room allowed him to store all the equipment while providing ample space to move around comfortably. He wore a set of weights and a vest that All Might had given him, which simulated the feeling of being weighed down, increasing the difficulty of his training without the risks associated with traditional weights. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Inko entered with an excited expression, holding a sealed letter in her hand. She announced that it had arrived before rushing back into the house. Izuku blinked in surprise and laughed as he removed the weights and vest, feeling a sense of relief as he regained his full range of motion. He found amusement in his mother's enthusiasm, noting that she seemed even more excited than he was. After changing his shirt and drying himself off, he made his way to the living room, where he found his mother jumping with joy, the letter placed on the table. Inko urged him to hurry and open it, her expression almost manic with anticipation. Izuku, blissfully unaware of her true intentions, thought she was simply excited about the letter. It never crossed his mind that she was eager to see if her plans for future grandchildren were still feasible, despite the reassurances she had received from both him and Momo. With a chuckle, Izuku settled onto the floor, aware that sitting on the couch in his damp workout shorts would earn him a stern reprimand from his mother. He carefully opened the letter, allowing a circular device with a projector to tumble onto the table. It activated immediately, causing him to flinch, and his mother gasped in surprise as All Might's cheerful face materialized on the screen. He began with a playful, "Testing 1, 2," as he adjusted his gaze to the camera. After a brief moment, he seemed to receive a signal and continued, "Am I on screen already?" Izuku felt a mix of confusion and irritation. The envelope had come from you? Headquarters, so what was All Might doing there? Did this mean? All Might apologized for not reaching out during the week, explaining he had been quite busy. He had seen Izuku's messages and assumed he didn't need reassurance since he had apparently figured out the real test behind the entrance exam. He expressed his pride with an exaggerated flourish that ended in a bow. Izuku's irritation grew. He realized All Might had been aware of his struggles. Clearing his throat, All Might informed Izuku that they would be seeing a lot of each other since he would be teaching at U. Izuku felt a vain throb on his forehead, and his lips twitched in annoyance. He momentarily forgot about his goal of touching All Might during their sparring sessions, knowing that his mission was destined to fail before it even began. The camera angle shifted, capturing All Might's left profile. A hand appeared at the edge of the projection, prompting All Might to turn back to the correct camera. He playfully commented on the technical difficulties, assuring that it would be fixed in post-production. Izuku couldn't help but sweat at the absurdity of the situation. He glanced at his mother, who remained in shock at All Might's sudden appearance. All Might continued, stating that Izuku had excelled in the written test with an impressive score of 95 points, but that alone did not guarantee admission to the prestigious academy. He explained that Isuku had willingly faced a trap villain, which was supposed to reduce his points to 0. As All Might paused for dramatic effect, Izuku's irritation resurfaced, especially as he noticed his mother nervously biting her nails. All Might then revealed that there was no penalty for facing the faux villain, it was simply worth 0 points. This meant that Izuku had not lost any points, confirming that he had indeed earned enough to pass. A wave of relief washed over Izuku as he grinned, while his mother cheered with delight, jumping in place and praising him. Despite the absence of anyone else in the room, other than All Might's holographic projection, Izuku felt heat rise to his cheeks at his mother's enthusiasm. But that's not all, All Might announced, capturing their attention once more. He held a controller and pointed it at a screen behind him, declaring himself an entertainer in another life. With a dramatic press of a button, the screen lit up, revealing the determined face of Ochako. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized her. Inko smiled brightly, delighted that her son knew another girl as cute as Momo. She couldn't help but think about the possibilities. Ochako nervously addressed present Mike, who looked at her with a knowing smile. She asked if he remembered a tall, muscular guy with curly black hair and green highlights, the one who had caused a stir during the entrance exam. Izuku blinked in shock, realizing she was referring to him. Inko nudged Izuku playfully, teasing him about the attention he was receiving from girls. Flustered, Izuku turned away, waving his hands in protest, desperately trying to deny her implications. Inko giggled, affectionately pinching his cheek before returning her focus to the projection, leaving Izuku thoroughly embarrassed. Ochako then made a surprising request, asking if her points could be given to Izuku. Both he and Inko stared at the screen in disbelief. With determination in her eyes, she explained that Izuku had been the coolest during the exam and had risked everything to save her, even though he had no obligation to face the trap villain. Tears began to form in Izuku's eyes as All Might spoke, reminding him that beyond possessing a powerful quirk, it was his noble and selfless actions that truly mattered. He concluded that no one deserved to be accepted by you more than Izuku. Never forget that, he thought as tears of pure joy filled Izuku's eyes. He tuned out All Might's explanation about how the judges considered more than just combat abilities during the exam. Instead, he focused on the overwhelming joy and relief that lit up Ochako's face when Present Mike informed her that she didn't need to give him points. Present Mike explained the true meaning of the exam, stating that Izuku Midoriya had earned 164 points, factoring in the rescue points he had acquired. He continued, noting that since Ochako was also willing to sacrifice herself for the right cause, she had earned 20 rescue points, bringing her total to 66. Present Mike congratulated them both on passing the exam with flying colors but requested that she keep the results a secret, as only certified personnel from you could disclose them. He encouraged her to reassure Izuku subtly, as he had seemed quite down when he left. Present Mike wore a pleased grin as he affectionately patted Ochako's head, reminiscent of a cute chipmunk. Izuku thought fondly about how she always wrote, almost, when she apologized, a soft smile spreading across his face as he continued to watch her. Inko, observing Ochako's cheerful expression, remarked that even though she had just learned her name, she felt a fondness for her. Izuku nodded absently, sharing a similar smile as he watched Ochako wave goodbye to Present Mike with a spring in her step. You have earned the most points in U.S. practical exams since the academy was founded, All Might declared dramatically, flexing his muscles in a way that almost tore his suit. His proud grin seemed to connect directly with Izuku's eyes. You truly went plus ultra and demonstrated what it means to be a true hero. Welcome to your hero academia, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku shared his excitement with Momo, informing her that he had received his acceptance letter. She confirmed that she had also been accepted into the hero course, Class 1A, and they both expressed their enthusiasm about being in the same class. Izuku revealed that All Might would be a faculty member at UA, and Momo was amazed, questioning how he knew this. He explained that All Might had personally informed him through the acceptance letter. Momo expressed her jealousy, noting that Principal Nedzu had delivered her acceptance news, which was cool but not as exciting as All Might. Izuku explained that he had received the most points, which he assumed was a bonus for his achievement. Momo asked how many points he had earned, and he revealed it was 164. She was astonished, realizing that it was almost double what All Might had received during his entrance exam. Izuku recounted how he had jumped in to save a girl from a trap villain, earning rescue points for his bravery. Momo was impressed, noting that it was nearly more than All Might's score. Izuku confirmed the details, and Momo playfully acknowledged his knowledge of the specifics. He then remembered to tell her about the girl he saved, Ochako Uraraka, who had offered her points to him out of guilt. Momo was thrilled by this act of kindness, declaring her admiration for Ochako even without knowing what she looked like. Izuku expressed his longing to thank her in person, feeling that a text message wouldn't convey his appreciation fully. Momo agreed, suggesting he let Ochako know he was aware of her actions before he thanked her. She playfully claimed she would hug Ochako for being so nice, but Izuku insisted he would be the first to hug her since he had a personal connection. Meanwhile, Ochako felt a surge of joy as she received her acceptance letter confirming her place in the hero course, Class 1A. While her main motivation for becoming a hero was to help her parents live comfortably, She also longed to use her quirk, zero gravity, to assist others. Her celebration was interrupted when her phone vibrated in her pocket. Excited, she saw a message from Deku and quickly unlocked her phone to read it. As she realized the situation, her face drained of color, horror washing over her before it transformed into deep embarrassment, turning her from pale to bright red in an instant. She thought to herself that he knew what she had done. Steam seemed to rise from her ears as she jumped onto her bed, burying her face in her pillow, rolling from one end of the mattress to the other in sheer mortification. She lamented internally, fearing he thought of her as some kind of weirdo and wished for someone to end her embarrassment. With a sudden thud, she miscalculated her jump and fell to the floor, rubbing her head where she had hit it. Next to her, her cell phone lay face up, displaying the last message she had received, "Deku-kun, I almost didn't accept." Meanwhile, Toshinori admired the appealing sunset at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park when he suddenly became alert. He braced himself, spreading his legs and raising his guard just in time as Isuku appeared before him, his right arm pulled back, annoyance etched on his face. Isuku shouted in frustration, unleashing a powerful punch that created a shockwave, sending sand flying as it connected with All Might's forearm. All Might felt the impact push him back, wincing slightly, though his arms concealed his reaction as his feet dug into the sand. He thought to himself that his instincts had warned him to dodge instead of block, realizing that even with his enhanced abilities, Izuku's punches were no joke. After being pushed back several feet, All Might lowered his arms slightly, revealing a grin that suggested Izuku's punch had little effect. He commented on Izuku's surprise attack, noting that while it was commendable against villains, it seemed disrespectful towards a mentor. Suddenly, All Might spread his arms wide, sending Izuku flying away, propelled further by the gusts created by his movement. However, Izuku quickly regained his balance with a backflip, landing gracefully before glaring at his mentor, his fists still smoking with energy. Izuku expressed his frustration, pointing out that All Might had known he would be accepted but hadn't said anything. He lamented that if it weren't for a friend who had helped him understand the test, he would have spent the week feeling like a failure. All Might laughed heartily, dismissing Izuku's concerns as a harmless prank, confident that Izuku would figure it out eventually. Izuku's anger flared, his body enveloped in a green energy reminiscent of Katsuki's when he was furious. He declared his intent to confront All Might, who simply shook his head, advising him to let go of his villainous attitude. Just then, Izuku launched a roundhouse kick, forcing All Might to duck to avoid it. With a playful challenge, All Might taunted Isuku to catch him if he could. A couple nearby, enjoying the romantic atmosphere, witnessed the unusual scene, All Might, laughing and effortlessly dodging Izuku's furious attacks, while the teenagers shouted in frustration. The woman turned to her partner with a knowing look, remarking that despite it being their third date, he was definitely going to get lucky that night. Unbeknownst to Izuku, he had inadvertently gained a loyal fan and supporter, having helped the girl of his dreams after weeks of chatting and just a couple of dates. It was 3 weeks after receiving their acceptance letters that spring arrived, marking the first day of class at high school. Izuku dedicated his time to working out, gradually increasing the intensity to enhance his abilities without overwhelming himself, while also studying various subjects. This combination of physical training and academics slowly expanded his hockey energy, allowing him to maintain his enhancements for longer periods. Momo was a true treasure trove when it came to new subjects to study, and she eagerly assisted him with that. Izuku and Momo spent time together on several occasions, primarily to help her get acquainted with the area. However, neither could deny that they enjoyed each other's company, and at this point, they were simply seeking reasons to be together, much to their private embarrassment and amusement. Izuku also texted Ochako regularly, but unfortunately, the distance between them made it difficult to meet in person. He found it challenging not to express his gratitude profusely over text for her efforts to help him, so he opted for subtle teasing instead. The fact that it took her 2 days to respond to his first message assured him that she was aware of his playful acknowledgement of her support. It amused him to feel her embarrassment through her texts whenever he made a light comment about it. Unbeknownst to him, All Might's quirky sense of humor was starting to influence Izuku. During the waiting period between receiving his acceptance letter and the first day of class, Isuku also focused on costume ideas. Frustratingly, he struggled to come up with a design that complemented or enhanced his Quirk's capabilities. Neither King's Will nor passive mantra could be improved due to their nature, and active mantra grew based on the amount of Haki energy he possessed. Armament could be enhanced by infusing more Haki energy into it, and the less said about one for all, the better. Instead, he decided on a costume design that would boost the damage he could inflict without relying on his quirks, which would only increase when he did enhance himself with them. Standing in front of the full-length mirror in the living room, Isuku adjusted the wireless green and red headphones around his neck. They had been a congratulatory gift from his mother for his acceptance into you. He wondered if she had chosen them specifically because they matched his uniform and the highlights in his hair. His uniform consisted of a light gray suit over a white dress shirt and dark green trousers, complemented by a red necktie. He wore red and gray tennis shoes that reached above his ankles, though this detail was hidden by his trousers. Satisfied with his appearance, Isuku picked up his green backpack and secured it comfortably on his shoulders. As he approached the door, he called out to his mother, letting her know he was leaving. Inko, his mother, expressed her pride in him, encouraging him to continue being himself. She beamed at him, raising her fist in the air and cupping her bicep with her other hand, radiating enthusiasm. Flushed with happiness, Isuku nodded eagerly in response, declaring his determination to give it his all before waving goodbye and stepping outside, closing the door behind him. Once outside, Inko's proud grin transformed into one of youthful excitement as she squealed, jumping in place with joy. Isuku shuddered slightly, feeling a mix of dread and amusement at his mother's exuberance. He adjusted his headphones and connected them to his phone via Bluetooth, choosing a random playlist of his favorite songs before pocketing his device. With a deep breath, he began his journey to the station, which was nearly half an hour away at a leisurely pace. Isuku preferred to take his time, having woken up early enough to complete his morning run, eat breakfast, shower, and prepare an hour and a half before classes started at 8 a.m. With his eyes still closed, Isuku walked calmly toward the station, drawing curious and amused glances from passers-by who noticed his unusual approach. They likely wondered if the tall teen was about to bump into something. Little did they know about the mantra aspect of his quirk, which, although reduced to 60% of its passive capabilities due to his closed eyes and covered ears, still allowed him a perception range of 60 feet, more than enough to navigate without colliding with anything. Upon reaching the station, Isuku smiled as a familiar presence entered his field of perception. He felt a fondness as he approached the boarding platform for the train that would take him to the station nearest to you. His smile widened when he spotted Momo leaning against a pillar with her surprisingly girly school suitcase held in front of her. He noted how good she looked in her uniform, though he quickly felt a blush of embarrassment at his own thoughts. He reminded himself to keep his mind focused as he raised his hand in greeting. Momo's face lit up with an automatic smile at the sound of his voice. She turned to him, feeling a slight blush as she took in his appearance. Although his uniform concealed the definition of his muscles, it fit him perfectly, allowing his overall physique to remain visible, which pleased her. She thought to herself how much she liked his look, but like many girls, she kept her thoughts to herself and smiled prettily as she waved back. Isuku asked her if she had been waiting long as he approached her. Momo shook her head, expressing her surprise that Isuku had not arrived before her. She playfully noted that he seemed to have been too excited to sleep in the days leading up to their first year at U. Isuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, fully aware of her teasing and reluctant to meet her gaze, knowing her amused expression would only add to his embarrassment. He feigned indignation, claiming he wouldn't dignify her comment with a response, though a smile tugged at his lips. Momo laughed, and after a moment, Isuku joined in, their laughter echoing in the air. Once they settled down, they began discussing their expectations for you. They had talked about it many times before, but today felt different. They were free to express their excitement without restraint. As they animatedly chatted, they barely noticed when their train arrived, boarding and taking their seats almost absent-mindedly. Thankfully, they were aware when it was time to disembark, sharing a moment of awkwardness before bursting into laughter. With no rush, they strolled toward the U facilities, continuing their conversation but with a more measured focus this time. Upon reaching the impressive school grounds, they marveled at the towering fence, gate, and main buildings, still awestruck despite having seen them before. Momo observed other students their age, equally captivated by the surroundings, while older students looked on with knowing smiles, some even chuckling at their wonder. Isuku felt a wave of relief as they passed through the doors, recalling the warnings about needing their student IDs to enter. He had tucked his ID into a small, seemingly useless pocket of his backpack to ensure he always had it on hand. As they entered the building labeled Building 1, Isuku asked Momo if she knew where their classroom was. After a moment's thought, she informed him it was on the last floor. She explained that each building had multiple floors dedicated to different departments, with the Department of Support occupying 3 floors due to its equipment needs. In contrast, the Heroics department only used the last 2 floors for theoretical classes, spending the rest of their time training on the school grounds to hone their quirks for their future as heroes. Once inside the elevator, which was empty except for them, Isuku nodded in understanding. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of frustration as he groaned about a former classmate from middle school who would be in the same class as him. He had once considered this person a friend, but after his quirk manifested, he had become quite unpleasant, almost villainous in nature. Isuku acknowledged the power of his former friend's quirk, noting that it was one of the strongest he had encountered. Thankfully, the boy aspired to be a hero, which eased Izuku's concerns, though he admitted that dealing with him could be quite annoying. Momo listened empathetically, understanding the challenges of facing individuals who felt entitled due to their powerful quirks. She suggested they try to ignore him if he became troublesome, confident that the teachers would not tolerate such behavior in a prestigious school like U. Izuku agreed, hoping that would be the case. Eventually, they reached the door to their classroom, which towered over Isuku, marked with 1 in bold letters. Though he couldn't hear the commotion inside, he sensed that Katsuki was involved. As Isuku opened the door, his expression turned flat, almost lifeless. Momo peered in curiously over his shoulder, catching snippets of the conversation. A student was admonishing another for disrespectful behavior, while another, who had previously raised concerns about villains during their entrance exam, introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Somei Junior High School. Katsuki leaned forward, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he regarded Somei. He seemed to relish the thought of a challenge, suggesting that he had a reason to confront him. Tenya flinched, horror evident on his face as he processed Katsuki's words. He couldn't believe that someone with such a mindset aspired to be a hero. Momo, her expression mirroring Izuku's disbelief, shook her head. She recalled those who believed themselves superior due to their quirks and realized that Katsuki could be even more troublesome if left unchecked. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. Out of the corner of his eye, Tenya noticed the door was open and moved toward it with a mechanical precision. He introduced himself as Tenya Ida from Somei, and Izuku greeted him with a smile, extending his hand. He thought about how uptight Tenya still seemed, just as he had during the entrance examination. Isuku introduced himself as well, recalling their brief encounter before the practical test. As Isuku paid more attention, he noticed a blond boy with a belt adorned with a jewel and another student with a thick, muscular tail. Tenya acknowledged their previous meeting, noting that Isuku had made quite an impression during the exams, especially after he had swiftly taken down a trap villain. Momo stepped forward, bowing slightly as she introduced herself. Tenya's lips twitched in amusement as he recognized her name, and he extended his hand to her as well, noting her similar observation about his stiff movements. Tenya then turned serious, acknowledging Izuku's insight into the practical exam. He recognized that Isuku had acted to save a girl without hesitation, understanding the implications of his powerful quirk. Isuku, however, downplayed his actions, explaining that he had only realized the truth the next day when Momo had helped him understand the situation. He emphasized that saving someone was more important than school acceptance, expressing relief that it had all been a ruse. The other students in the classroom listened intently, their eyes wide with surprise, except for those who were already aware of the events, including Momo and the two boys who had witnessed Izuku's actions. They were curious about the strength of his quirk, especially after seeing him confront a formidable foe. Most of the students were eager to learn more about the curly-haired teen. Katsuki's expression shifted from shock to anger as he glared at Izuku, smoke beginning to rise from his palm. He recalled their previous encounter during paperwork for their transfer to UA, where he had confronted Izuku after discovering he had placed first in the exam. Katsuki had been furious, throwing insults and threats, only to be silenced by Izuku's intense glare, which had unnerved him. Although he had come to accept that Izuku possessed a strong quirk, he refused to acknowledge that it could surpass his own. The thought of Izuku being stronger was unacceptable to him. Meanwhile, Izuku was engaged in light conversation with Momo and Tenya, pleasantly surprised by Tenya's amiable nature despite his stiffness. Suddenly, he perked up, exchanging a knowing smile with Momo, who looked back at him with a puzzled expression before understanding and mirroring his excitement. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Ochako entered, her face lighting up with joy as she spotted Izuku. She froze momentarily, blushing at the sight of him, before rushing over with a grin and wrapping her arms around his midsection in a warm embrace. Izuku felt a warm blush rise to his cheeks as he admired how lovely Ochako looked in her uniform. When she hugged him, he could feel her body pressing against his, and he quickly shook his head to regain his composure. He laughed and shot Momo a confident glance while returning Ochako's embrace. He expressed his happiness at seeing her again, and Momo stepped forward, rolling her eyes playfully as she tapped Ochako on the shoulder to get her attention. She introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, a good friend of Izuku, and mentioned how much he had talked about Ochako. Momo's smile was warm and tender as she continued, acknowledging the effort Ochako had made after the exams, which Izuku had appreciated deeply. Ochako's face turned bright red as Momo moved in for a hug, and she shyly turned to Izuku, her cheeks still flushed at the soft expression he wore. After a moment, she relaxed and eagerly returned Momo's embrace, expressing her pleasure in meeting her. Ochako explained that her actions for Izuku were simply the right thing to do after he lost points due to her. Momo quickly reassured her that it wasn't her fault and encouraged her to stop blaming herself, emphasizing that Ochako had actually helped Izuku gain more points. Izuku considered Momo's words, nodding in agreement as Ida added his affirmation. Ochako's eyes widened in realization, and she playfully pointed at Izuku, declaring that he owed her. Izuku raised an amused eyebrow at her challenge, but before he could respond, he sensed a new presence entering the room, startling him. He wondered how he had missed someone approaching so stealthily, a feat even All Might would struggle with. His curiosity piqued as he stared at the door, while Momo, Ochako, and Ida exchanged confused glances, though Momo seemed to have an inkling of what was happening due to her knowledge of hockey. The classroom door opened to reveal a black-haired man with tired eyes, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. He casually remarked that if they were looking for friends, they should do it elsewhere, before sipping from a juice pouch. Izuku watched as the man settled into a seat, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. The man shrugged off the sleeping bag to reveal a black long-sleeved shirt and a utility belt, with a scarf wrapped around his neck, partially obscuring his face. He slouched slightly, appearing as if he might drift off to sleep at any moment. He commented on the students taking too long to settle down, suggesting they lacked common sense. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the man's bluntness, which drew a mix of incredulity and annoyance from the class. The man introduced himself as Aizawa Shoto, their homeroom teacher, though his tone and demeanor did little to reassure the students. He then produced a blue and white tracksuit from his sleeping bag, instructing them to wear it immediately and head to the P grounds. Meanwhile, All Might was in his office reviewing the files of Class 1A, the class Izuku was assigned to. He suddenly recalled how unforgiving U's system could be, realizing that depending on their homeroom teacher, some students might face expulsion before the day ended. After checking the documents, he sighed, recognizing that they had Aizawa as their teacher, which would lead to a challenging experience for them. He hoped Aizawa wouldn't push Izuku too hard. At the grounds, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, Ida, and the rest of the class gathered, surrounded by various terrains for practice. Izuku stretched leisurely, while Ochako, feeling a bit shy, wondered aloud about the initiation ceremony and the guidance counselor meeting. She stole glances at Izuku, who seemed unfazed, and noticed that Momo was also watching him with a hint of amusement. The girls around them were sending subtle glances his way, their cheeks tinged with pink. Momo couldn't help but giggle at the thought of how they would react to Izuku in his hero costume. Aizawa interrupted their thoughts, reminding them that if they wanted to become heroes, they needed to focus and not waste time on trivial matters. He turned to face them, his half-lidded eyes giving off a menacing vibe as he emphasized UA's reputation for the freedom it allowed on campus. The concept of freedom also applied to the teachers, which sent a chill through the students. Aizawa outlined the physical tests they would be undertaking: softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength, sustained sideways jump, upper body exercise, and seated toe touch. These were familiar activities from middle school, and they would be conducted without the use of quirks. The country had yet to standardize records or track average performance levels, a shortcoming of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. Aizawa paused to ensure everyone was focused before pulling out a tablet connected to the school system. He called on Midoriya to recall how far he had thrown a softball in middle school. Izuku shrugged, responding that it was 96 meters. Aizawa nodded and handed him a softball, instructing him to take his place in the throwing circle. He encouraged Izuku to use his quirk this time, as long as he stayed within the circle, urging him not to hold back. Izuku turned to Aizawa, silently questioning whether he truly wanted him to go all out. Aizawa nodded in reassurance, and Izuku sighed, accepting the challenge. He knew that Aizawa had witnessed his previous encounter with the trap villain, so he couldn't rely solely on armament hockey without raising suspicions. He found comfort in the fact that Aizawa was unaware that it was one for all. He could easily attribute his strength to enhancing his own quirk, which was partially true. As he prepared to throw, the dark energy of armament enveloped his right arm, visible only halfway up his bicep due to his tracksuit sleeve. A spiky-haired boy commented on the impressive appearance of Izuku's arm, while Momo explained that it was the armament aspect of his quirk. She elaborated that by manipulating a special energy within himself, Izuku could significantly enhance his strength, speed, and durability based on how much energy he utilized. A short girl with green hair, resembling a frog yet undeniably cute, asked if that meant Izuku could do more than one thing with his quirk. Momo confirmed this, stating that Izuku could also sense his surroundings and project energy outward to intimidate opponents. She described his quirk, hockey ambition, as one of the most powerful she had encountered. As everyone anticipated Izuku's throw, they were astonished when red veins of energy coursed through his arm, transforming the black hue into a silvery shade, accompanied by arcs of greenish-blue lightning. Aizawa noticed a faint smell of ozone in the air just before Izuku unleashed the softball. The force of the throw created a shockwave, kicking up dust that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the dust settled, they saw Izuku standing firmly in the circle, the ground slightly cracked around him, holding up his smoking arm. Ochako noted that it wasn't shaking this time. Izuku began to address Aizawa, tightening his fist as the teacher's tablet beeped with the results. Aizawa's eyes widened at the number displayed, 2043. 8 meters. He looked at Midoriya, and the fierce expression on Izuku's face elicited an excited grin from Aizawa. He suggested that if they wanted the U.E. grounds to remain intact, it might be wise for Izuku to hold back a little. Aizawa muttered to himself, and Tashinori, hearing the muffled sonic boom from outside, sighed in exasperation, contemplating the damage to Aizawa's pay. A pink-skinned girl with small horns expressed her excitement, marveling at the spectacle. The red-haired boy, still in disbelief, muttered about the incredible distance Izuku had thrown. Ochako, having witnessed Izuku's strength firsthand, was not surprised but rather focused on how impressive he looked, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks. Momo was taken aback by Izuku's newfound strength, realizing he had never gone into detail about his abilities. She watched him lock eyes with Aizawa, determination evident in his gaze, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks as she thought about him. A boy with half-white, half-red hair, sporting a burned scar, tightened his fist as he observed Isuku, resolved to keep a close watch on him. Meanwhile, Katsuki could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Ever since Isuku had saved him, Katsuki had recognized the strength of his quirk, but he had not anticipated this level of power. The unusual veins and electricity were new to him. He didn't recall seeing any of that when Isuku had used his quirk previously. It was clear to him that all of this was a manifestation of Izuku's strength. Katsuki scowled, gritting his teeth and clenching his slowly smoking fists. He felt a surge of anger, thinking about how Isuku had held back before and seemed to be doing so again. It felt like a mockery, and he was determined to prove himself. Aizawa, observing Izuku's display, quickly deduced that Isuku could easily cause significant destruction if he unleashed his full power. He shifted his focus from Isuku, adopting an intimidating expression. He remarked on the students' apparent enjoyment, questioning their commitment to becoming heroes. His half-lidded, bloodshot eyes intensified the effect of his glare, causing several students to shiver in fear. Only a few, including Katsuki, Ida, Momo, and a couple of others, managed to meet his gaze without flinching. Aizawa then announced a new rule: the student who ranked last in total points would be deemed hopeless and expelled. Isuku, having returned to the group, raised an eyebrow, recalling his own experience during the entrance examination. He turned to Momo, silently asking if Aizawa could enforce such a rule. She shook her head, indicating that it was unlikely. He nodded at her, grateful for her reassurance, but then noticed the mix of horror and determination on his classmates' faces. Aizawa's expression shifted to one of sadistic glee as he addressed the students again, explaining that their freedom meant they could be dismissed as students at any time. He welcomed them to the Department of Heroics, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. The short boy with the large head expressed his anxiety about being expelled on the first day, while Ochako protested against the unfairness of it all. Aizawa responded by highlighting the unpredictable nature of disasters and the responsibilities of heroes to confront them. He made it clear that the next 3 years would be filled with challenges, and he expected them to rise to the occasion. His unexpected encouragement seemed to inspire everyone, except for the anxious boy, who remained visibly distressed. Ida felt the pressure of the situation, realizing that this was Yu's initiation into hero training. Katsuki, with a fierce grin, began to warm up, determined to prove he was the strongest. Ochako clenched her fists, her determination evident as Aizawa signaled the start of the tests. The first challenge was the 50-meter dash. Ida excelled, using his engine quirk to finish in 3.4 seconds. Azuitsu, utilizing her frog form quirk, completed the dash in 5.58 seconds, demonstrating her unique advantages. Ochako, using her zero-gravity quirk, managed a time of 7.15 seconds, while Yuga Aoyama propelled himself with his naval laser to finish in 5.51 seconds, despite falling at the end. Mina Ishido finished in 5.26 seconds, showcasing her impressive physical abilities. Momo, using her quirk to create specialized sneakers, completed the race in 6.24 seconds. When it was time for Izuku and Katsuki to compete against each other, Katsuki activated his quirk to propel himself forward. Izuku enhanced his running muscles without using one for all, and he won the race, finishing in 2.91 seconds, while Katsuki finished in 3.93 seconds, much to his frustration. The grip strength test commenced, showcasing the remarkable abilities of Mizo Shoji, who utilized his dupli arms quirk, Rikido Sato with his Sugar Rush quirk, and Izuku, who enhanced his strength through armament. Sato achieved an impressive 312 kilograms after consuming some sugar, followed by Shoji at 540 kilograms, and finally, Izuku, who reached an astounding 631 kilograms. Next was the standing long jump, where Tsuyu and Aoyama excelled. The sustained sideways jump saw Mineta, the short boy with grape-like hair, shine due to the bouncy nature of his pop-off quirk. Returning to the softball pitch, Isuku found it amusing when Ochako's result registered as infinite after she negated gravity's effects on the ball before throwing it. He was impressed, though not surprised, when Momo created a small cannon for her throw, adhering to Aizawa's rule that she could do anything within the circle. Her throw nearly reached a kilometer. Aizawa decided to count Izuku's first throw as his result, so he didn't need to throw again. The trials continued until they were complete. Aizawa stood before the students, who displayed varying levels of exhaustion, except for Izuku, who appeared completely unfazed, much to the astonishment of those who noticed. It was genuinely unsettling. Aizawa announced that the total scores were simply the sum of each participant's results. He noted that reciting each score would take too long, so he would reveal them all at once. Tension filled the air as Aizawa raised a remote control and pointed it at a screen, ready to disclose who would be expelled. With an indifferent expression, he added that the whole expulsion concept was a fabrication. Silence enveloped the room as everyone, except for Momo and Izuku, stared at Aizawa in bewilderment. Ochako's eyes widened comically, her fists hanging limply. Aizawa grinned with amusement, relishing their confusion. He explained that it was a strategic ploy to elicit their best performances, as people tend to excel when they believe something valuable is at stake. Izuku chuckled while Momo rolled her eyes at the outraged reactions of their classmates, who looked ready to confront Aizawa. She urged them to think logically, expressing her frustration as she shook her head. Aizawa then turned and headed back to the main building, casually stating that the ordeal was over. He informed them that their curriculum sheets were back in the classroom and advised against becoming too relaxed, warning that tomorrow's challenges would be even more intense. He pressed a button on the remote, activating the screen to display each student's placement and scores. 1 Izuku Midoriya, 2 Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 Shoto Todoroki, 4 Katsuki Bakugo, 5 Tenya Ida, 6 Fumikage Tokoyami, 7 Mizo Shoji, 8 Mashireo Ojiro, 9 Ijiro Kirishima, 10 Mina Ashido, 11 Ochako Uraraka, 12 Koji Koda, 13 Rikido Sato, 14 Tsu Azui, 15 Yuga Aoyama, 16 Hanta Siro, 17 Denki Kaminari, 18 Kyoka Jiro, 19 Toru Hagakure, 20 Minoru Mineta. While no one was surprised that Izuku secured first place, the significant gap between his score and Momo's in second place was astonishing. As he received congratulations from his classmates, Mineta had fainted upon realizing he was in last place but felt immense relief when he learned he would not be expelled. Katsuki glared at Izuku and Momo, feeling frustrated about his fourth-place finish. He could understand Izuku's first place due to his incredible quirk, but he was perplexed by Momo's second-place achievement. He turned to the boy beside him, who was also observing Izuku. Shoto Todoroki seemed familiar, but Katsuki couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He wondered how Shoto had managed to secure third place. Meanwhile, Shoto scrutinized Izuku, his expression shifting as he felt warmth on his left side and cold on his right. Frowning, he crossed his arms and focused on controlling his quirks, successfully doing so after a moment. He returned his gaze to Izuku, who was laughing bashfully while Ochako animatedly reenacted his feats, narrating in an exaggerated tone that made the others laugh. An excited smirk crept onto Shoto's face as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku, finding him intriguing. As he turned a corner, Shoto encountered All Might, who greeted Aizawa with a playful accusation of being a liar. Aizawa appeared unfazed, acknowledging All Might's presence and confirming he had been watching. All Might expressed surprise at Aizawa's newfound penchant for practical jokes, recalling how he had expelled an entire class of first graders the previous year without hesitation. He leaned closer to Aizawa, grinning as he pointed at him, suggesting that Aizawa had recognized Izuku's raw potential. Aizawa, with an indifferent expression, confirmed that he indeed knew Izuku, noting the similarities between him and All Might's over-the-top performances. All Might thanked Aizawa, who clarified that it wasn't a compliment. Aizawa sighed and shrugged, stating that he suspected All Might had played a role in training Izuku, given their striking similarities. At this point, it was clear that he possessed the physical abilities to become a pro-hero, but his age, along with his lack of experience and maturity, hindered his progress. Additionally, everyone in the class had a chance, albeit a small one. He could dismiss anyone whose chances fell below that threshold at any moment. It wasn't cruel to end a half-hearted pursuit of a dream, was it? He thought about how analytical and logical Aizawa was, feeling a twinge of anxiety at how close Aizawa had come to the truth. A conversation with Isuku was necessary. They needed to be cautious, just in case. Instead, he placed a fist on his waist and waggled a finger in Aizawa's direction, asserting that they would never see eye to eye. Aizawa merely shrugged and continued on his way, hands in pockets and posture relaxed. By the end of the day, Isuku, along with Momo, Ochako, and Tenya, was leaving the UIT's grounds. Since they were all headed to the same train station, it made sense for them to travel together. Tenya expressed his thoughts, noting how Aizawa had truly caught him off guard. He had initially thought that this was how the top academy for heroes operated, but now he realized how a teacher could encourage deception. Isuku chuckled, reflecting that while he had thought Aizawa was rigid, he was actually diligent and straightforward. He then shared his lesson learned from the entrance examination. Unless proven otherwise, anything said by heroes associated with you was suspect. Ochako agreed, recalling how they had been misled twice already, and the first day of class had barely concluded. Momo, nodding thoughtfully, posed a question about whether they should trust Aizawa's warning about the upcoming trials being even more challenging than today's and prepare for any scenario, or simply wait and see what tomorrow brought. Izuku shook his head, reasoning that by that logic, tomorrow should be a normal day. However, they had Foundational Hero Studies class, and All Might was the teacher. Izuku had interacted with him a few times and knew that nothing was ever ordinary with All Might. Tenya stopped, eyes wide with surprise, as he learned that Izuku had met All Might more than once. Momo and Ochako were not shocked, as they already knew about All Might's training of Izuku, but they were unaware of the full context and extent of that training. They had concluded that if people believed All Might had trained Isuku and were open about it, they wouldn't suspect anything deeper. It was a truth wrapped in a lie. Isuku rubbed the back of his head, recalling an incident involving All Might and the Sludge villain from 10 months prior. All Might had witnessed Izuku saving Bakugo using the armament aspect of his quirk and remarked that it was similar to his own quirk, though he had refused to elaborate. He wanted to keep people guessing, the secretive figure that he was. All Might had ensured that Izuku knew how to control and train his quirk. Tenya looked genuinely impressed, even saluting Izuku in admiration. Izuku felt a bit awkward, questioning why Tenya was so impressed by his luck. Ochako, curious, wondered what All Might would have them do. As the others looked at him with anticipation, Izuku sighed and rubbed the back of his neck, pinching the bridge of his nose. He explained that All Might loved teaching through practical experience, so whatever subject he would cover would likely involve them using their quirks. He expected something similar to today, but with an All Might twist. Momo playfully suggested that it would be destructive and potentially dangerous. Ochako nodded enthusiastically, her excitement palpable as she threw a few punches in the air, exuding a competitive spirit. Izuku and Momo exchanged surprised glances, while Tenya gaped at her, sweat trailing down his temple, questioning what had come over her. The day after the quirk apprehension test, Class 1A of the Hero course found themselves eagerly awaiting their second day of classes at high school. Their first day had pushed them to their limits under the threat of expulsion, all to determine whether their homeroom teacher deemed them worthy. Although it had turned out to be a ruse, the pressure they had felt was very real. Their homeroom teacher had promised that today would be even more challenging than the previous day, which left most of them anxious about what lay ahead. However, Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Tenya had already discussed the likely events of the day, so while they were excited, they were not overly nervous. Momo, Izuku, and Tenya engaged in discussions about various theoretical topics, while Ochako listened intently, her face reflecting wonder. Katsuki, ever confident and indifferent, lounged back in his seat, scowling at the ceiling with his feet propped on the table. He felt that whatever they would be doing today was irrelevant because he intended to remind Izuku of his place beneath him, determined to ensure that he remained the only one allowed to be number one. Finally, the others who were not displaying anxious behavior included a bicolored-haired teen who sat calmly reading, a guy with an avian head, and another with a tail, both seemingly meditating. There was also the tallest student, who had 6 arms and wore a face mask, simply sitting there with a neutral expression. A girl resembling a frog looked toward the front with a blank stare, her head tilted and her index finger resting below her mouth. As the 3 of them listened to Momo explain how she could easily create a dozen fragmentation grenades using just the fats from a complete breakfast, Izuku became aware of Aizawa entering his range of perception, which only occurred because he was focused. Izuku's eyebrows shot up in surprise as he noted Aizawa's presence felt smaller than it actually was, fluctuating in and out of existence at random intervals. Momo, noticing his reaction, inquired about what was bothering him. Izuku mentioned Aizawa-sensei and began to elaborate when he noticed the puzzled looks directed at him. He explained that he could sense everything within his range of perception due to the mantra aspect of his quirk. However, he had not sensed Aizawa approaching them the previous day, as he had been more focused on the information feed of mantra. He could barely feel Aizawa's presence, which was fluctuating erratically. Tenya adjusted his glasses, intrigued by the concept of fluctuation. Izuku confirmed that it felt as if Aizawa's presence vanished and reappeared randomly, which was quite strange. He understood that for others, grasping this concept was challenging, as it involved being unaware of the position and presence of everything within a certain range. Ochako suggested that it might relate to Aizawa's quirk, which remained a mystery. Momo, blushing slightly, used the nickname Ochako had requested she use during their train ride home. She became even more flustered when she noticed Izuku and Tenya raising their eyebrows, while Ochako gave her a thumbs up and a bright smile. Momo then posed a question to Izuku about how they felt to his senses. Izuku rubbed his temple as he explained that it might sound odd, but they felt like their quirks. This was how he could identify them through mantra. For instance, Ochako felt like she was about to float, Tenya felt like a race car, and Momo gave the impression of an ever-changing, unstable atom. Ochako blushed and felt embarrassed, thinking that it made her sound too much like an airhead. She was aware of her bubbly personality and tendency to be blunt, but that did not define her intelligence. Tenya nodded thoughtfully, relating his experience to Izuku's observations. He explained that his quirk provided engines in his calves, allowing him to reach high speeds based on the gear. Momo considered this and agreed that it made sense for Izuku to perceive her presence that way, given her quirk's nature of creating things from her fatty cells. However, she wondered what Aizawa's quirk could be, especially in light of how he felt to Izuku's senses. Just then, Aizawa opened the classroom door and stepped inside. The noise in the room faded as he closed the door behind him and moved to stand behind his desk. With his usual indifferent expression, Aizawa nodded, almost approvingly, and remarked that it only took them 3 seconds to quiet down and take their seats. He noted that they seemed to be learning common sense, which was a good sign. The students collectively thought that it was actually Aizawa's fault they had been noisy. Aizawa continued, stating that since they had not had time for introductions the previous day, they would use the homeroom session for that purpose. He instructed them to stand next to their seats, state their name, the name of their quirk, what it did, and a fact about themselves. This was meant to help them get to know each other better, as they would be learning together for the next 3 years and likely working together as pro-heroes in the future. The first student, a blonde teen with sparkling eyes, stood up dramatically, striking a princely pose as if in a play. He introduced himself as Yuga Oyama, stating that his quirk was naval laser, which allowed him to shoot laser beams from his navel. He added that French was his second language, finishing with a flourish and an exaggerated wink. The absurdity of his introduction caused everyone to sweat drop. Despite the silliness, Izuku diligently noted down Aoyama's name, quirk, and its function. Although his mother had helped him break the habit of muttering his thoughts aloud, he still kept a notebook where he recorded everything relevant about heroes, their quirks, and various ways they could be utilized. All Might had encouraged this habit, and Izuku continued to embrace it with enthusiasm. He reflected on Aoyama's ability to shoot lasers from his navel, recalling that during the entrance examination, Aoyama had worn a belt that likely enhanced the strength of his lasers, making them capable of easily destroying robotic villains. Izuku contemplated the potential of his classmates, particularly Aoyama, who had a unique quirk. He thought about how difficult it would be to battle someone who could shoot lasers from various parts of their body. Next, he noticed the girl with pink hair and skin, yellow pupils, black scara, and horns. She stood up with an enthusiastic grin and introduced herself as Mina Ishido. Her quirk, acid, allowed her to secrete a corrosive liquid from her body, which she could control in terms of solubility and viscosity. Mina added that her quirk contributed to her appearance and mentioned her love for breakdancing, finishing her introduction with a cheerful double peace sign. Isuku felt a slight blush rise as he noted her cuteness in his notebook. He recognized her potential as a close combat fighter, especially if she could coat herself in acid or shoot it at a distance. The next student, a girl who resembled a frog, stood up calmly to introduce herself as Tsuyu Ajui. Her quirk, frog, granted her abilities similar to those of a frog, and she was still exploring its full potential. She expressed her fondness for rainy days and asked everyone to take care of her before returning to her seat. Isuku noted her unique charm, feeling his blush deepen. He realized that her quirk could provide her with a versatile set of abilities, making her a well-rounded heroine as she developed her skills. Following Tsuyu was Tenya Ida, who rose from his seat with a stiff bow. He introduced himself seriously, explaining that his quirk, engine, gave him powerful engines in his calves, enabling him to reach impressive speeds. He expressed his hope for a productive time at U, before bowing again and sitting down. Izuku found amusement in Tenya's serious demeanor, sharing a smile with Momo, who giggled softly. He recognized Tenya's formidable quirk, noting how it could generate enough force to take down robot villains without harming himself. Next was Ochako Uraraka, who stood up with a bright smile. She introduced her quirk, zero gravity, which allowed her to manipulate gravity, making objects weightless or causing them to float upon touch. She shared her love for stargazing and encouraged everyone to get along before sitting back down. Izuku considered the implications of her quirk, realizing that if she could also increase weight, she could become a powerful combatant by manipulating the battlefield. The next student was Mashireo Ojiro, who had a calm demeanor and introduced himself with a formal bow. His quirk, tail, provided him with a strong and flexible tail that acted as an additional limb. He mentioned his interest in martial arts before taking his seat. Izuku's interest peaked at the mention of martial arts, considering the possibility of sparring and exchanging techniques. He recognized that Ojiro's tail could be a formidable asset in combat. Following Ojiro was Denki Kaminari, who stood up with spiky hair and a confident demeanor. He introduced his quirk, electrification, which allowed him to emit electricity from his body. He expressed his fondness for cute girls and current trends while attempting to impress the girls in the room. Izuku was amazed by the potential of Denki's quirk, realizing that he could enhance his physical abilities and reflexes with electricity. Next was Eijiro Kirishima, a tall teen with a boisterous grin. He introduced his quirk, hardening, which allowed him to harden and sharpen any part of his body. He shared his admiration for the hero Crimson Riot, whom he considered the manliest. Izuku felt excitement at Kirishima's abilities, recognizing the potential for mobility and control over his hardening, similar to aspects of his own quirk. Finally, a tall, muscular student with peach-colored skin stood up timidly. He held a small whiteboard that read, "My name is Koji Koda. My voice is Ani voice." The ability to command and control any animal through speech was a unique quirk. Koji, who owned a pet rabbit, felt a bit shy as he finished reading aloud and quietly returned to his seat. Observing him, someone noted that his quirk was quite useful. With animals possessing superior senses, he could easily gather information and track others. Additionally, there were animals capable of putting up a good fight. Next to Koji sat a tall, muscular teen with spiky brown hair and thick lips. He introduced himself as Rikido Sato, explaining that his quirk, Sugar Rush, allowed him to increase his strength fivefold for 3 minutes by consuming 10 grams of sugar. He could extend this time by consuming more sugar, though the enhancement itself remained the same. This limitation seemed inconvenient, yet it made sense from a physiological perspective. Following Sato was a tall boy with silver hair, wearing a face mask and modified sleeves to accommodate his extra arms. He introduced himself as Mizo Shoji, sharing that his quirk, dupli arms, enabled him to generate additional arms that could mimic other body parts, such as his ears and mouth. He demonstrated this by using one of his arms to create a mouth from which he spoke. It was an intriguing ability, suggesting he could also manifest eyes for an expanded field of vision. He was known to be physically strong, and the only reason someone scored higher than him in a recent grip test was due to the use of a special technique. Next was a slender girl with purple hair and triangular, onyx-colored eyes, notable for her earphone plug-like earlobes. She introduced herself as Kyokujiro, explaining her quirk, earphone jack. She could control the length of her earlobes and channel the sound of her heartbeat through them, which were surprisingly durable. She expressed her disdain for players and perverts, casting a stern look at two classmates who had been staring at her and the other girls. The next student was a tall teen with a lean physique and a friendly grin, named Hantasiro. He explained that his quirk, tape, allowed him to shoot strong cellophane tape from his elbows, which was as strong as steel. He expressed his hope to get along with everyone. Then came a boy with a bird-like head and a human body, introducing himself as Fumikage Tokoyami. His quirk, Dark Shadow, allowed him to materialize a sentient shadow beast outside his body at will. The strength of this shadow depended inversely on the amount of light present. He simply stated his preference for apples before sitting down. Next was a boy with bicolored hair and heterochromia, one eye gray and the other turquoise, along with a burn scar on the upper left side of his face. He introduced himself as Shoto Todoroki, explaining that his quirk, half cold, half hot, enabled him to generate ice from his right side and fire from his left. His aloof tone hinted at his cool demeanor. Finally, a girl who was completely invisible stood up with an excited jump, waving her arms, which were visible due to the movement of her uniform sleeves. She introduced herself as Toru Hagakure, sharing that her quirk, invisibility, made her body naturally not reflect light. Although she was still learning to control it, she expressed her fondness for plushies and cute things, asking everyone to take care of her. Isuku chuckled at the lively introductions, taking in the diverse abilities of his new classmates. Even though Isuku couldn't see her face, he found her voice pleasant and, judging by her uniform, she seemed to have a nice figure as well. He shook his head, feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks. He thought about how her quirk appeared to be light manipulation, albeit limited to herself, and she hadn't yet mastered it. Once she did, she would be a force to reckon with. Despite scoring second lowest in the previous assessment, her physical abilities were impressive enough to have passed the practical portion of the entrance exam. Next up was Bakugo. He stood with a scowl, hands in his pockets, his posture casual yet defiant. He introduced himself, stating that his quirk was expulsion, which allowed him to create explosions from the sweat on his palms. He warned the class that he could unleash his power if provoked and that he despised losing. Izuku sighed, rolling his eyes at Bakugo's predictable attitude. He realized that this behavior wouldn't win him any friends, especially given the looks he was receiving from their classmates. It was now Izuku's turn, and he mentally lamented being seated next to Bakugo, whom he found difficult to tolerate. He took a deep breath, smiled, and introduced himself. He explained that his quirk was called Haki, which involved harnessing energy within himself for various purposes, enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities, sensing his surroundings, and projecting energy that carried his will. He shared his hobbies of video games and physical training, hoping to foster a good rapport with his classmates. As he returned to his seat, he noticed the reactions of his peers. Bakugo glared at him, which was expected, but the other boys seemed intrigued, eager to compare their quirks with his. To his surprise, the girl's interest was markedly different. Mina was unabashedly admiring him, Tsuyu observed him with a curious expression, Ochako's blush deepened as she gazed at him, Kyoka seemed to be stealing glances while twirling her hair, and Momo looked at him with a soft smile and a hint of color on her cheeks. Izuku felt a warmth spread through him, lifting his spirits unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Inko Midoriya, running on a treadmill in their training room, felt a surge of joy, sensing a positive shift in her son's life. Back in Class 1A, Izuku suddenly felt a chill as the next student stood to introduce himself. Minoru Mineta announced his quirk, Pop-Off, which allowed him to produce adhesive ball from his scalp. He shamelessly admitted his preference for attractive girls, directing his gaze toward Momo. In a moment of irritation, Izuku instinctively projected a burst of his energy toward Mineta, who froze in shock, his face paling as he returned to his seat, trembling under the mixed expressions of his classmates. Izuku blinked, slightly confused by his reaction but shrugged it off. He acknowledged that despite Mineta's inappropriate behavior, his quirk could be surprisingly useful if applied wisely. Finally, it was Momo's turn. Izuku noted that their introductions were organized alphabetically by surname, which he found a bit lazy, considering the technology available for such tasks. Momo introduced herself, explaining that her quirk, creation, allowed her to produce non-living objects as long as she understood their composition. She expressed her love for reading, particularly illustrated encyclopedias, and bowed politely before returning to her seat. Izuku couldn't help but admire Momo's quirk, recognizing it as one of the most versatile in the class. He smiled at her, and she responded with a slight blush. He chose to ignore Mineta, who was casting him a jealous glare. Aizawa then stood, his expression unchanged since entering the classroom. He acknowledged the class for following his instructions, albeit with some unnecessary noise, and informed them that there was no time left for further activities. He warned them to behave with other teachers and not to waste their time, expressing his disappointment at the thought of being embarrassed. Finally, he announced that they could choose their seats freely from that point onward before walking toward the classroom door. All the members of Class 1A looked on with a mix of disbelief and annoyance as one of their classmates promptly exited the classroom. The collective thought among them was that he only cared about his reputation. With about 15 minutes remaining before the next PRD, everyone returned to their previous activities, albeit with a few changes. The group consisting of Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Tenya was joined by Mina, Tsuyu, Denki, Kirishima, Kyoka, Siro, and Toru, who were known for being the most sociable in the class. Katsuki scowled as he observed Izuku blushing and laughing nervously at something Mina had teasingly said while poking his bicep, with the others sharing in the amusement. Katsuki's thoughts were filled with frustration as he reflected on how Izuku's quirk had made him hesitate in the past. It didn't matter to him, he was determined to prove he was the strongest. Meanwhile, Todoroki regarded Izuku with a neutral expression, contemplating the complexities of his quirk. The morning continued with 2 PRDs, the first being English with Present Mike and the second being Modern Literature with Cementos. After the classes concluded, noon arrived, and all the students gathered in the mess hall for lunch, prepared by the hero lunch rush. Izuku, despite paying attention during class and enjoying the delicious yet affordable food, was internally fangirling over the chance to meet so many famous heroes. Momo and Ochako seemed to notice his excitement, with Momo casting him an amused glance while Ochako struggled to contain her laughter. However, the normalcy of the day shifted after lunch, as it was time for foundational hero studies. Back in Class 1A, the students buzzed with excitement about the upcoming class, especially since All Might would be teaching it. They eagerly took their preferred seats, with Izuku, Momo, and Tenya choosing spots close to the blackboard, while Ochako settled nearby. As the introductions concluded, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when All Might's iconic laughter echoed throughout the room, causing everyone to perk up in excitement, except for Izuku, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. All Might, in his muscular form and distinctive costume, dramatically opened the classroom door and leaned forward, his cape billowing as if caught in a breeze. He announced his entrance with flair, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder how this could be considered normal. With an infectious energy, All Might marched to the front of the classroom, igniting disbelief among the students, who were thrilled to have him as their teacher. As he stood before them, he struck a flexing pose, turning his back to the class. He began to explain the importance of the class, emphasizing that it would lay the foundation for their future as heroes. With excitement building, All Might announced the start of the Trial of Battle, catching everyone off guard with his sudden turn and epic pose, holding a small piece of paper that read, Battle. Izuku sighed internally, knowing this was typical of All Might. Bakugo, sitting in the middle, grinned with anticipation. All Might's enthusiasm grew as he revealed the battle gear prepared for each student, tailored to match their quirks. The students erupted in excitement, with Zero exclaiming about the gear and Kirishima expressing his thrill. All Might instructed them to change into their hero costumes and prepare for their upcoming training at Training Ground Beta. He stood confidently at the control buildings, waiting for his students to emerge in their outfits. Though he appeared composed, he felt a twinge of nervousness about guiding 20 teenagers destined to become Japan's future heroes. He resolved to impart everything he had learned during his training, determined to teach them to the best of his abilities. His spirits lifted as he saw the doors open, revealing his students in their hero costumes, ready to embark on their journey. Yuga Aoyama's costume was a striking violet, resembling a lean knight's armor complemented by a shimmering cape. It featured a belt with a ring-shaped buckle that enhanced his quirk, along with a visor shaped like wings. Mina Ishido donned a skin-tight bodysuit in purple and turquoise camouflage, paired with a tan vest adorned with white fur at the collar. She completed her look with a white mask and dark purple and tan boots. Tsuyu Azui wore a green and black skin-tight suit with yellow accents mimicking frog skin patterns, accompanied by goggles, gloves, and high-heeled boots designed to resemble a frog's feet. Ida Tenya's outfit was a sleek black one-piece suit with a high collar, layered with silver armor pieces, including a helmet, a metal mask that covered his face except for his eyes, a metal collar, a breastplate, and decorative mufflers extending from his midriff. His specialized metal boots reached above his knees. Ochako Uraraka's costume featured a skin-tight pink and black suit with detached sleeves, knee-high boots, a belt, a helmet, a collar, and thick, round bracers with handles. Ojiro Mashireo wore a white karate-style outfit with a partially furred collar and a hole for his tail. Denki Kaminari sported a black jacket with lightning patterns, a white shirt underneath, a belt, black breathes with stripes down each leg, and a headset. Eijiro Kirishima's costume included a vest with shoulder pads shaped like gears and an open chest, paired with a skirt featuring a ripped pattern over his breathes and an belt. He also wore a jaw guard that resembled animal fangs. Koji Koda's outfit was a short-sleeved, short-legged bodysuit in dark yellow and red, featuring a mouth design around the chest area. Rikido Sato donned a yellow full-body suit with openings for his mouth and hair, complemented by white gloves and boots along with a utility belt. Mizo Shoji's costume comprised a sleeveless shirt in 2 shades of blue, attached to a face mask covering the lower half of his face, and a belt with a bronze buckle holding up light blue breathes tucked into matching boots. Kyoka Jiro's attire included a black leather jacket, a long salmon-colored shirt with rips, black breathes, and boots with built-in stereos. She also had small red triangle marks below her eyes, a black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Hantasiro wore a black full-body suit with white designs, short sleeves for quirk efficiency, and white bands around his waist and thighs, finished with white boots trimmed in orange. His helmet resembled a tape dispenser. Fumikage Tokoyami's costume was a dark robe with a purple tint, covering his torso and black boots. Shoto Todoroki's outfit featured a simple white shirt, breathes, boots, and a gold combat vest, with ice adorning his left side. All Might recognized the floating light blue gloves and brownish-gray shoes as belonging to Toru Hagakure, who struggled to control her light manipulation quirk, resulting in her constant invisibility. Katsuki Bakugo's costume consisted of a fitted black sleeveless tank top with an orange X design and a metallic neck brace that served as a collar. His sleeves extended from large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps, and his belt, which held grenades, supported baggy breathes with knee guards. Underneath, he wore black knee-high combat boots with orange soles. His hero mask featured large, flare-shaped fabric. Minoru Mineta's costume was simple, comprising a purple shirt and mask with a yellow cape, breathes, boots, and gloves. Momo Yaoyorozu wore a red leotard-like vest with silver linings and matching red boots, accessorized with a gold utility belt and a band across her chest. Her vest left an open space from the collar to the waist above the belt. Finally, Izuku's costume featured a skin-tight long-sleeved dark green shirt beneath a black hooded cargo vest left open. His hands were covered in black fingerless gloves, and red elbow guards protected his arms. His black cargo briefs, with dark green lines down the sides, were secured by a red utility belt and tucked into red combat shoes that reached above his shins, with red knee guards completing the look. The most functional aspect of his costume was the breathing mask, which adjusted oxygen concentration to maintain his performance during strenuous activities. All Might observed the costumes with approval, noting the sturdy yet flexible materials designed for aesthetics and functionality. He tried to suppress a chuckle as he noticed Izuku's slight embarrassment from the attention he received from the girls. Izuku's pride was evident as he subconsciously puffed up his chest, showcasing his fit physique, which stood out among his peers. Even All Might in his prime had to admit that Izuku's form was impressive, especially with how the long-sleeved shirt accentuated his muscles. The girls seemed to be enjoying the moment, and All Might found himself reminiscing about his own youthful days, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his trademark grin returning as he surveyed his students. He declared that it was time for the trial of battle, expressing his excitement about their various styles with an enthusiastic thumbs up, which made them all smile. With anticipation, Uraraka and Momo were the first to approach Izuku, still slightly flushed from their admiration of his costume. Ochako complimented him on how cool and practical his outfit looked, feeling a bit shy as she rubbed the back of her head. She wished her own costume had turned out better, admitting that it was both tight and puffy. Momo reassured her that she looked great, causing Ochako's blush to deepen. Momo then turned her attention to Izuku, agreeing with Ochako and noting how impressive he looked in his costume. She mentioned her longing to show more skin to enhance her quirk's effectiveness, but lamented the regulations against it. Izuku appreciated the sight of his friends in their flattering heroine costumes, momentarily lost in thought. He quickly shook his head and laughed, complimenting both girls in return. He explained that the only special feature of his costume was a breathing mask that helped regulate oxygen when he needed to perform at his peak. The three of them shared a laugh, enjoying the moment together. Meanwhile, Mineta observed all the girls in their costumes with admiration before giving a thumbs up to the horizon, declaring that heroics was the best path. Tenya, raising his arm, inquired about the training grounds they would be using, referencing the location of their entrance examination. Izuku noted Tenya's robotic movements and speaking style but appreciated his costume nonetheless. All Might explained that they would be using one of the urban training grounds from their entrance exam, but this time it would be an indoor battle trial. He elaborated on the scenario, emphasizing the importance of vigilance in a society filled with quirks and villains. For this test, they would be divided into heroes and villains for 2-on-2 battles. The group reacted with surprise, and Tsuyu asked about the foundational training. All Might asserted that this was indeed foundational training, emphasizing that they would not be facing just robots this time. Momo asked how they would determine the winners and losers, while Bakugo menacingly suggested he could make the villains explode. Ochako expressed her concern about the possibility of expulsion, prompting Tenya to raise his hand again to ask about the best way to form teams. Aoyama showcased his cape, drawing attention to its fabulousness, while All Might struggled to keep up with the barrage of questions. He pulled out a piece of paper and began reading from it, explaining the training scenario. The villains would guard a nuclear weapon they intended to deploy, and the heroes had to stop them before it was too late. The heroes would win by capturing the villains or reaching the nuclear core in time, while the villains would win by holding onto the core or capturing the heroes. Izuku thought the exercise sounded reminiscent of classic superhero stories, committing the details to memory. All Might then presented a lottery box, announcing that teams and opponents would be chosen at random. Tenya expressed disbelief, but Izuku reassured him that forming impromptu teams was a common practice among pro-heroes, preparing them for future challenges. Tenya acknowledged this, bowing respectfully to All Might and apologizing for his earlier skepticism. All Might appeared somewhat uneasy, which amused Izuku, as Tenya turned around with his usual stiffness and formality. He announced that it was time to begin, and everyone approached the lottery box to determine their teammates. The teams were formed as follows. Team A consisted of Izuku Midoriya and Tsuyu Azui, Team B was Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C included Momo Yaoyorozu and Ochako Uraraka. Team D was Ida Tenya and Katsuki Bakugo. Team E paired Yuga Aoyama with Mina Ishido. Team F had Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G was Kyoka Jairu and Denki Kaminari. Team H included Fumikage Tokoyami and Minor Mineta. Team I was Toru Hagakure and Ojiro Mashireo. And Team J consisted of Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Ochako felt a pout form on her lips, wishing to be on a team with Deku-kun, but quickly brightened up when she saw Momo. She expressed her excitement about being on the same team, suggesting they must be linked in some way. Momo chuckled and happily took Ochako's hands, welcoming her warmly. Izuku approached Tsuyu with a friendly smile, acknowledging their partnership. Tsuyu, with a slight blush on her cheeks, tilted her head and nodded in agreement. All Might then produced 2 additional lottery boxes, one white labeled heroes, and the other black labeled villains. He dramatically reached into each box to pull out the selections for the roles in the upcoming mock exercise. He announced the first 2 pairs for combat. Pair A would be heroes, and Pair D would be villains. Katsuki's expression shifted to one of excitement, a fierce grin spreading across his face, while Izuku remained calm. All Might gestured towards the building where the exercise would take place, explaining that the villains would enter first and the heroes would follow after 5 minutes. The rest of the students would observe the action unfold through surveillance cameras. This setup would allow Bakugo and Ida to understand the villain's mindset. He emphasized that this was a practical training exercise and encouraged them to give it their all, though he would intervene if things got out of hand, casting a knowing glance at Izuku. Izuku understood the unspoken message and nodded in acknowledgement, while Bakugo seemed to radiate energy beside him. All Might confirmed that everyone understood the plan and distributed the layout of the building along with communicators for the teams. The villains would enter first, followed by the heroes after the designated time. Katsuki and Tenya decided to place their nuclear weapon on the top floor, believing it would provide them with a strategic advantage. As they waited for the 5 minutes to pass, Tenya expressed his discomfort with playing the role of a villain, even if it was just a training exercise. He noted that he would have to defend the weapon, which was surprisingly realistic despite being made of papier-mâché. Katsuki, with a fierce grin, challenged Tenya's confidence in his quirk. Tenya, maintaining his serious demeanor, reminded Katsuki of Izuku's impressive abilities during the entrance examination, suggesting that charging at him head-on might not be the best strategy. Katsuki dismissed the warning, determined to prove himself superior to Izuku. Tenya sighed, exasperated by Katsuki's aggression. Tsu, having memorized the building layout, remarked on Bakugo's intense rivalry with Izuku, noting that Izuku seemed unfazed by it. Izuku acknowledged her observation, suggesting that Bakugo's pride would likely lead him to target him first when the exercise began. He contemplated how they could use that to their advantage and complimented Tsuyu on her perceptiveness, which made her blush slightly. She humbly acknowledged her talent, and Izuku expressed his appreciation for her skills, suggesting they could be friends. Tsuyu agreed, pleased with the idea. Curiously, she asked why Izuku was so certain Bakugo would come after him. Izuku sighed and crossed his arms, revealing the complicated history between them. He explained that while it might seem like he didn't care about Katsuki, he was actually ignoring him due to their tumultuous past. Their friendship had soured when Katsuki's quirk manifested, turning him into a bully. Izuku had been his target until he developed his own abilities, which allowed him to stand up for himself. Despite this, Katsuki had still underestimated him until Izuku saved him during an incident with the mud villain nearly a year ago. In his thoughts, Izuku perceived that his quirk was superior to Bakugo's, and his generally dismissive demeanor, along with his higher scores during the entrance examination and the previous day's quirk assessment, certainly didn't help. Bakugo would see this as an opportunity to set him straight. Tsuyu nodded in understanding, sensing Izuku's confidence. He affirmed that he believed he could defeat Bakugo. Despite his dislike for Bakugo, Izuku acknowledged the strength of his rival's quirk and his skill in utilizing it effectively, which went beyond merely creating explosions. However, Tsuyu sensed that Izuku had more to express. He shrugged, asserting that he was simply better than Bakugo and that his quirk was stronger as well. Tsuyu noted his confidence, finding it appealing, though she kept that thought to herself. Izuku laughed, feeling justified in his self-assurance, and then gave Tsuyu a curious smile that made her blush slightly. She inquired about his quirk, suggesting that they could devise a strategy to take advantage of Bakugo's behavior during the exercise. Meanwhile, All Might observed the students from a distance, encouraging them to strategize on their own. He struck a heroic pose, pencil in hand, hoping that Izuku would perform at a level comparable to the others, ensuring the exercise's effectiveness. He reminded himself to treat Izuku like any other student, without favoritism. Izuku adjusted his breathing mask, pulling the hood of his cargo vest over his head, leaving only his closed eyes visible as he sat in a chair in a long hallway. After a moment, he opened his eyes just as Bakugo appeared around the corner, a fierce grin on his face. Bakugo taunted him, igniting small explosions from his hands as he leaned forward, but Izuku remained silent, maintaining a calm expression. Bakugo, frustrated by Izuku's demeanor, unleashed a series of explosions that propelled him toward Izuku. He shouted angrily, demanding respect. In response, Izuku flipped the chair backward, using it as a barrier between them. Bakugo attempted to destroy the chair with an explosion, creating a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Bakugo spun out of it, ready to strike. Izuku, anticipating Bakugo's move, adjusted his footwork and stepped into Bakugo's space, grabbing his arm and slamming him against the wall with authority. Bakugo was momentarily stunned, his vision blurred from the impact. Angered, he retaliated with an explosion, but Izuku had already released him and jumped back, avoiding the blast that pushed Bakugo away from the wall, which bore a faint impression of his form. Bakugo, now furious, launched himself at Izuku again, attempting a roundhouse kick. Izuku leaned back just enough to evade the kick, then countered with a powerful kick to Bakugo's back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bakugo quickly regained his footing, glaring at Izuku with rage. He questioned why Izuku wasn't using his quirk, accusing him of thinking he was better. Izuku, maintaining his calm demeanor, slipped into a fighting stance, causing Bakugo to tense in preparation. Suddenly, Izuku sprang into action, spinning and delivering a reverse kick aimed at Bakugo's head. Katsuki grinned as he leaned to the left to evade the kick, but his expression quickly vanished when Izuku, still airborne from his previous motion, delivered a snap kick with his right leg that struck Katsuki across the face. Bakugo held his nose, stumbling back with strained eyes, trying to suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Shaking off the pain, he noticed Izuku bouncing back to his feet after having fallen to the ground due to the adjustment he made for that last hit. His anger intensified when he saw the unchanged expression in Izuku's eyes. He growled, frustrated, and declared that he was superior. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself toward Izuku with explosive speed, reaching him in an instant. Bakugo lashed out with his left hand, but as Izuku reacted to evade and counter, Bakugo twisted his hand downward and released an explosion, altering his trajectory to arc above Izuku. In that fleeting moment he felt triumphant, thinking he had the upper hand, but his excitement turned to shock when he found nothing but air. Izuku had ducked beneath his attack, and while still crouched, he turned and leaned back, using his flexed right leg and arm for support. With a powerful push, he delivered a rising kick to Bakugo's upper abdomen, sending him flying backward to land on the ground a few feet away. Izuku calmly rose to his feet, observing Katsuki as he clutched his abdomen in pain. Reaching for his earpiece, he pressed it while watching Katsuki slowly regain his composure. He asked if Tsuyu was in position, receiving a brief static response before hearing her voice confirm she was ready. Izuku nodded, instructing her to prepare and wait for the signal. Hearing Izuku communicate, Bakugo felt a surge of anger, as if his entire being was filled with explosive energy. He jumped to his feet, ignoring the pain from his injuries, and pointed his left arm directly at Izuku, vowing that he would not be looked down upon. He reached for the safety pin on his gauntlet, and for the first time since the fight began, Izuku's expression shifted, narrowing in focus. As the scene shifted, Ochako curiously noted that Izuku and Tsuyu were separating before entering the building. Kyoka remarked that it seemed they had anticipated how Ida and Bakugo would act. The group watched as Izuku adjusted his mask and hood before entering through a first-floor window, while Tsuyu began to scale the wall using her quirk. Momo commented on Izuku's long history with Bakugo, explaining that their shared experiences allowed for accurate predictions of each other's actions. Mina teased Momo about her knowledge of Bakugo, prompting a blush from her as she explained their friendship formed when he helped her fend off attackers before the entrance examination. Kirishima excitedly pointed out that Bakugo had reached Midoriya, and they were about to engage again. The first exchange ended with Katsuki being slammed into the wall, prompting awe from the onlookers. Ochako marveled at Izuku's martial arts skills, while Mashireo noted the impressive timing and technique involved in the exchange. They watched as Bakugo attempted to kick Izuku, only to be countered with a swift kick that seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving the spectators in disbelief. The intensity of their exchanges continued to escalate, with Bakugo demonstrating impressive control over his explosions to change direction mid-fight. However, the crowd was left speechless when Izuku ducked under Bakugo's attack and countered with a rising kick that sent Bakugo flying. Mineta muttered in disbelief, while Kirishima expressed his astonishment. Aoyama, in shock, pointed out that Midoriya had yet to use his quirk, a statement that Todoroki confirmed with crossed arms. All Might, overhearing their conversation, chimed in, suggesting that this observation might not be entirely accurate. And he was grateful for that. Otherwise, this exercise would have concluded before each student could contribute to earning a grade. Young Midoriya was acknowledged for his role. Toru, filled with curiosity, inquired about All Might's statement. Momo reminded everyone of Izuku's quirk, which had 3 aspects. They nodded. She elaborated further. Although he might not be utilizing the armament and King's Will aspects, he was undoubtedly employing the mantra aspect. During his introduction, he mentioned that his range of perception varied based on his focus, but since their senses were always active, Izuku had a passive range of 100 feet extending in all directions. Within that range, he could sense everything as it occurred. This explained how he had evaded Bakugo's last attack, but Kaminari questioned if that was fair, chuckling with a hint of jealousy. Everyone else agreed without hesitation. As they watched Bakugo's frustration grow upon seeing Izuku reach for his communicator to speak with Tsuyu, they recalled the frog-themed girl. They searched the screens and found her inside the building, clinging to the ceiling next to a door, responding to Izuku. Meanwhile, Bakugo, fueled by his explosive quirk, aimed his gauntlet at Izuku. All Might noticed this and, hearing Bakugo's words, felt a surge of alarm. He expressed disbelief that young Bakugo would go to such lengths against a fellow student in this context. Many shared his sentiment, reacting with surprise to his words. As the teacher of foundational hero studies, All Might was well aware of the specifications of each student's costume. He explained that Bakugo's gauntlets could store a significant amount of his nitroglycerin-like palm sweat, exponentially increasing the range and force of his explosions. In a confined space, the power of the explosion was further amplified. The students' eyes widened at this revelation. Mina, with wide eyes, urged All Might to intervene before Midoriya was seriously harmed. Surprisingly, All Might simply grinned, unfazed by the situation. He acknowledged the lengths Bakugo would go to protect his pride but reassured everyone that he had no concerns for young Midoriya. His laughter echoed, leaving the students puzzled. Kirishima expressed disbelief at All Might's confidence. All Might merely chuckled and directed their attention to the screen, hinting that they would soon understand. Bakugo, with a fierce expression, pulled the safety pin from his gauntlet, unleashing a massive explosion that engulfed the entire hallway. The force shattered windows on that side of the building and even some in adjacent structures. The explosion's power was enough to damage the walls of the hallway. Bakugo laughed triumphantly, watching the flames dance in the aftermath. He taunted Izuku, challenging him to use his quirk, eager to face him at full strength. As the flames began to subside, Bakugo's confidence faltered when he saw a dark silhouette slowly becoming clearer. Izuku stood in the same spot he had occupied before the explosion, his left side facing Bakugo, arm raised in a stopping gesture. The sight left Bakugo speechless. Izuku's entire left side, including his costume, shimmered with the blackness of armament hockey. His green eyes narrowed intensely at Bakugo. The explosion had scorched the floor, but a triangular area around Izuku remained untouched, with the hallway intact beyond that point. Izuku finally spoke, addressing Bakugo seriously. He acknowledged the severity of Bakugo's actions, questioning if he had truly intended to harm him. Bakugo, filled with anger, confirmed his intentions, insisting that Izuku would have continued to underestimate him otherwise. Izuku's eyes narrowed further as he acknowledged Bakugo's efforts, noting that he had managed to blow back his hood before he effortlessly countered Bakugo's attack. Bakugo, filled with rage, aimed his arm at Izuku again, preparing to unleash another explosion. However, before he could pull the pin, Izuku surged forward with incredible speed, reaching Bakugo just in time to prevent the explosion. Izuku's arm, covered in armament hockey, closed off the exit point of Bakugo's gauntlet, causing the explosion to turn inward. While this could have resulted in severe injury, the safety mechanism activated, leading to an explosion 3 times stronger than Bakugo's usual blasts. This destroyed his right gauntlet, caused second-degree burns, and cracked his ulna and radius due to the force. Though it was a significant injury, it was not life-threatening. Katsuki screamed in pain, feeling the intensity of the moment. Izuku narrowed his eyes and extinguished the remnants of the small explosion, smoke rising from his armament-covered fingers. He casually remarked on the safety mechanism as the armament receded, having sensed its components with mantra. It was the only reason he had dared to act as he did. After all, he was not facing a true opponent. Before Bakugo could instinctively clutch his injured arm, he grunted in pain as Izuku grasped his wrist, holding him in place. Bakugo looked into Izuku's narrowed eyes, a growing sense of fear creeping in. He realized that Izuku had stopped his strongest attacks with ease, using only a fraction of his quirk, and had dominated the fight without even tapping into its full potential. As he watched Izuku pull back his right arm, fist clenched, it became enveloped in the glossy black substance of his armament. A silvery hue emerged, red veins of power coursing through it, while arcs of green lightning danced around the enhanced appendage. In that moment, Bakugo could only see a massive fist heading straight for him, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. He was in serious danger. Izuku declared, "First gear," before launching his arm forward. Bakugo braced himself, but instead of a punch aimed at him, Izuku delivered an uppercut towards the ceiling, his fist halting just before Bakugo's astonished face. Meanwhile, Tenya, frustrated with Bakugo's reckless behavior and unwillingness to cooperate, had done his best to prepare for the exercise. He deduced that Bakugo's confrontation with Midoriya would leave Azui free to approach him for the target. Remembering her frog-like abilities, he took precautions to counter her. He had moved the nuclear weapon to a corner of the top floor, ensuring there were no blind spots for Azui to exploit. The room lacked columns for her to hide behind, and the only entrance was a single door he kept a close watch on. Minutes passed as Tenya attempted to communicate with Katsuki, adopting a villainous mindset while considering Azui's potential abilities and how to counter them. He waited and waited, but Tsuyu did not appear. Just as he was about to check outside, a massive explosion shook the building, sending him nearly to the floor. Realizing the cause, he began to scold Katsuki for using such a tactic in confined spaces, but, as had been the case throughout the exercise, his words went unheard. Tenya thought bitterly that Bakugo had no chance of winning. Midoriya was on an entirely different level. Before he could calm his irritation and return to protect the nuclear weapon, the floor erupted beneath him, a shockwave of force shaking the building even more than the explosion had. Windows shattered, and the ceiling of the top floor crumbled as the shockwave surged upward. Tenya lost his footing and fell, watching in slow motion as Azui crawled into the room, her extendable tongue lashing out to strike above the still-standing nuclear weapon. She used her tongue to pull herself toward it, landing securely on its surface like a frog. Tsuyu reached for her earpiece and announced, "Nuclear weapon successfully retrieved." The plan was a resounding success. Bakugo heard her voice through Izuku's communicator but barely reacted, falling limply to the floor. As Izuku released his grip, His face remained in a state of shock as he gazed at the enormous hole Izuku had punched through the building, revealing the sky above. After a moment, Bakugo shakily turned his gaze to Izuku, who had removed his breathing mask, revealing a serious expression with narrowed eyes and a frown. Bakugo struggled to find words, but Izuku understood his unspoken thoughts. He shrugged and nodded, confirming the truth. He explained that he had continued to fight for two reasons. First, to buy time for Tsuyu to position herself near the weapon without being detected by Tenya. She knew where Tenya had moved the target because, while Bakugo approached him, Izuku had used the mantra aspect of his quirk to sense its location. The hallway was directly beneath the room where Tenya had placed the target. Izuku's second reason was to demonstrate a crucial lesson to Bakugo: there would always be someone better, regardless of pride. He urged Bakugo to stop allowing wounded pride to cloud his judgment, warning that the consequences could be far worse than just a failed training exercise. With that, Izuku turned and walked away from the stunned Bakugo, leaving him to reflect on the lesson he had just learned. All Might's voice echoed through the numerous speakerphones scattered throughout the building, announcing that the hero team had emerged victorious. A sudden realization struck, and the protagonist ducked to avoid a barrage of thrown kitchen utensils, pitchforks, medieval weapons, and a hissing cat from his enthusiastic followers. He acknowledged that he deserved their reaction. He had made a promise but had not fulfilled it. While he wouldn't apologize for it, recognizing that there was no excuse for failing to keep his word, he offered a reasonable explanation. Medical school was incredibly demanding, and his schedule rarely allowed for even an hour of daily writing. After classes, he found himself buried in study material, preparing for the next day's quizzes and questions, which were a daily occurrence. It was no easy feat. Fortunately, his new schedule had become somewhat more organized, allowing him to carve out a few hours for writing without compromising his essential study time. He projected that he would be able to produce at least 7 or 8 chapters before the year concluded. Although he wasn't making any promises, after 2 hours of careful planning, he felt optimistic about his timeline. He also recalled a promise made to create a RWBY story featuring an overpowered John as the main character. That project was still in progress, and he hoped to have everything outlined soon, but he intended to focus on the current story for now. He decided to reveal the title of the new story, The White Beacon of Light. He found the title both corny and impressive, which he appreciated. In other news, he noted that his story, The WA, was the second most popular fanfiction in the BNHA fandom, right beneath Darkfire 1220's Viridescent. While it wasn't his personal favorite in terms of plot, he acknowledged its quality and the recognition it deserved. He also expressed a longing for Darkfire 1220 to update Challenger, feeling a sense of urgency for new content. Regarding the future development of pairings in AHWA, he decided to let the relationships evolve naturally without forcing a specific direction for Izuku. He was certain that several girls would end up in romantic relationships with him, including Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tsuyu Azui, Mina Ashido, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakure, Mei Hatsum, Nijire Heido, and Kami Utsushimi. These characters were destined to be with Izuku, and he even planned to make Izuku's romantic journey a recurring theme in the story. The next chapter would delve into the aftermath of the current events, featuring some playful teasing from Izuku's mother, the class representative elections, and the beginning of his interpretation of the unforeseen simulation joint arc. He hinted that some exciting developments were on the horizon. He signed off with the intention of providing another update in about 2 weeks, encouraging everyone to keep their fingers crossed for good luck.